welcome everyone to the VEF virtual series. This time around, we have done things a little bit different, and we have gathered our 3 different tracks into one extraordinary session exploring youth, gender, and equity. So remember that this is a 2-day event, so we will welcome you again tomorrow at 2. And for this discussion, we have gathered an incredible lineup of experts. So I speak for everybody at the VEF team to say that we're really excited to get things started. So without further ado, I will give the floor to Mr. Tarek M. Tyra. He is the director of the energy department here at UNIDO. We're just waiting for him to log in and we can get started. Hi, Christine. We will let you in just a second. Hi, Tarek.
Hi, Ana Lucia.
Thank you for joining. Please, the floor is yours.
So you see me well, and well, thank you, Ana Lucia, and allow me to use this opportunity to thank you all for joining this session of the Vienna Energy Forum virtual series today, and also wish you a prosperous, healthier, and more peaceful 2021. I want also to take the opportunity to give a special thanks to the Vienna Energy Forum team, particularly the Gender and Youth Task Force, and also the Global Women's Network for the Energy Transition, GWNet, and the SDG 7 Youth Constituency for their support in shaping the session today and tomorrow. I'm very excited about the virtual event today, which will feature examples of champions leading work to empower youth and women at the grassroots level. There is a growing recognition of the role of women within the energy workforce, and more specifically, a strong evidence linking gender diverse management with better organizational performance in broad sense. I think in light of this, the dialogue on gender and energy is shifting from women being identified as part of the vulnerable groups to acknowledging as well the power they hold as key agents of change, as consumers, producers, distributors, and decision makers across the energy value chain. Nevertheless, the gender gap in the energy sector remains as wide as ever. While the participation of women can vary significantly by energy subsector, it remains well below the economy-wide proportion of 48% globally. Particularly in the oil and gas, it is around 22%. Although the renewables are doing slightly better with 32%. Having said that, women and girls also face many challenges that hinder them to equally lead, contribute to, and benefit from the energy transition. These include limited access to finance, lack of secure land titles, and time poverty. Yes, I'm saying time poverty because of the unbalanced distribution of care work that is across societies and regions. Young people, on the other hand, represent a significant force that has the potential to bring about change today. There are about 1.2 billion young people aged 15 to 24 years old, accounting for 16% of the global population. The active engagement of youth in sustainable development efforts is central to the achievement of sustainable, inclusive, and stable societies by 2030. Young people, however, continue also to suffer the most and be vulnerable to the impacts of climate change, unemployment, poverty, gender inequality, conflict, and migration. So it is time we tackle the challenges facing women and youth and utilize their full potential to drive the clean energy transition. Access to knowledge and training to help women and youth develop the skills needed, and equal access to financing are some of the challenges that require our collective action to bring about the changes needed to meet the objectives of the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda. Of course, as we suffer from the COVID pandemic, it has threatened to set back the efforts made to date, and we must ensure that COVID-19 recovery plans are green, inclusive, and gender responsive, shaping collective resilience to climate impact that contributes to reach the SDGs. At UNIDO, we believe in the role of women and youth in driving the energy transition and delivering technologies and business models to empower our future. We also believe in the potential for the energy sector and industry to create jobs and fully utilize the capabilities and potential of women and youth. Through our programs, we invested in the economic empowerment of women to close the gender gap and work with governments, donors, and private sector on developing gender-sensitive policies and decision support tools, such as the gender lens investing. We also provide youth with the skills needed to develop successful clean energy businesses. Our goal is to harness the full potential of women and youth as leaders, innovators, and agents of economic, social, and environmental change. We stand ready to work with the international community towards this common goal and to ensure that the sustainable development or the sustainable energy transition leaves no one behind. I wish all of you an inspiring discussion today and look forward to hearing your insights. Thank you, and back to you, to Ana Lucia.
Thank you, Tarek. Thank you so much for your kind words. I would now like to give the floor to Ms. Christine Lins from the GWNet. So we're just waiting for her to log in, and she can give you her welcoming remarks. Thank you, Tarek.
Thank you very much, Ana Lucia. Also a warm welcome from my side. Hello, Tarek. My name is Christine Lins. I'm the Executive Director of the Global Women's Network for the Energy Transition, an international platform of, in the meantime, more than 1,500 women and organizations from over 100 countries working in the space of energy and in the field of promoting women in this space. Should you be interested in enlarging your network, you're more than welcome to join our platform. It's my great pleasure to act as moderator for this virtual series VEF event today. And the VEF team has really put together an exciting program. We have lots of speakers in 4 breakout rooms where we'll also be able, and hopefully in the smaller groups, able to answer all your questions. Because, of course, the subject that we have today is a very vast one, empowering women and youth to accelerate the green energy transition. We are absolutely convinced that we need to involve everybody in this transition in order to advance it more rapidly. Tarek has elaborated on some numbers as far as youth is concerned. I would just like to add a number maybe on women. We have at the moment globally around 11 million people working in the field of clean energy, particularly renewable energy, and this figure is supposed to increase to 42 million by 2050, according to some statistics. When we know that at the moment the renewable energy workforce is only composed of 32% of women, it is absolutely clear that this sector will depend on attracting the best talents, and those will be needed from both men and women, and that's why it's really important to involve everybody. This transition will not only make our planet more livable, but should also be a just one and an inclusive one, leaving no one behind. And of course, at the moment, there is a critical opportunity for policymakers to design COVID-19 recovery plans in a way that they are not only green, but they are also inclusive and gender responsive, shaping like this the collective resilience to climate impacts that contribute to reach the SDGs. And this virtual event today, Ana Lucia has mentioned it, is part of a 2-day event. The event will continue tomorrow with a high-level segment. This event will feature on women and youth leaders that broke barriers and led the clean energy transition for climate action and inclusive green recovery. We will hear from 2 scene setters in the field of women empowerment and also in the field of youth empowerment. And then you'll be able to join one of the breakout rooms and go more in depth into the discussion. So it's now my pleasure to invite our woman leader, Mrs. Olasimbo Soyinrin from Solar Sisters, who will share with us her experience. Over to you, Olasimbo.
Thank you so much, Christine. And it's such an honor to be speaking today at this forum. All right, so I'll just pull up my slides 1 second. Okay, so jumping right into it. So one of the big, or let me say the big issue in which we're trying to tackle is energy poverty. Tariq touched a little on it as well and talked about how this affects young people and gender, but I just wanted to give a short overview of what this is. So it's the lack of modern energy services, and for the benefit of my presentation, I'm focusing on household access to electricity and also clean cooking. So some of the numbers out there for Africa. So we look at about 570 million people have no access. This is affecting businesses as well, around 10 million businesses. And of course, if we go into clean cooking or modern cooking solutions, we find about 700 million people in the continent of Africa do not have access to clean cooking. So what does this mean? If we disaggregate this data, we see that it disproportionately affects women. Tariq talked a little bit about time poverty, and the reason is because when you look at the chores, the household chores, and the way houses are traditionally managed in Africa, you'll find that a lot of times it's the woman and the girl child that are involved in things like fuel collection or doing the housework, and so a lot of the daytime of the woman or the girl child is used towards doing these activities. You also find that, if you go to several rural communities, when it's 6 p.m. or 7 p.m., everything goes dark because of the lack of access to electricity. And so a lot of times the girl child will be left with darkness to study with a harmful alternatives like kerosene lanterns or paraffin or candlelight or fumes from a candlelight. And we find that this has affected even the dropout rate. So you find more of the girl child is dropping out of school as a result of So why clean energy and why me? How did I get involved in this? So first of all, I'll bring it down a little bit to Nigeria. One of the reasons why I'm involved in this, or why I'm very passionate about this, was growing up, around us, we were connected to the grid, but we used to have something around 10 hours of electricity a day. And in the times without electricity, we had to do with either using a kerosene lantern or using actually a candle, just a candle flame for lighting. And that's what I used to do a lot of my homework in primary school, in my primary and early secondary school. And I remember, my mom coming home one day and saying that we were totally banned from using this products. And, for us, that's what we're used to. I'm like, why? And she said she had witnessed a woman's house burned down to the ground. And in that house had 3 children. The woman was in labor in the middle of the night, and her husband had taken her to the nearest birth clinic to have her baby. And they had left the candle on. And before they got back, their house was razed. And this was a devastating time in our lives, because the woman lived just around our neighborhood. And so we were unable, and so because of that, we was actually totally banned in our household. And so you can imagine the excitement I felt when I began to see small solar solutions or clean energy solutions and lighting solutions that would have, with one of those solutions, that incident could have been prevented. But let's talk a little bit about Nigeria and talk about what the statistics look like. So less than half of the population is connected to the grid. And what does that mean in terms of numbers? Nigeria has a population of over 200 million people. So that means around 100 million people in this country have no access to the grid. And those that do have very, very gross inadequate supply, right? And then also, as I said, if we disaggregate this data, you also find that a lot of the rural areas. So we find that when we go to rural areas, energy access actually drops. And so in those rural areas, we find that the majority of the people there are women and girls. A lot of time men have gone into the cities in terms of greener pastures. And so we find that, these statistics, 6 out of 10 people who are poor are women. So these statistics show that energy poverty is indeed a gender issue. And so what is the Solar Sister solution to this? So we're saying that since women are at the center of a lot of these challenges, let us build a network where women are no longer bearing the brunt of these challenges, but are flipping it over and now become the solution provider. So these are women who by themselves will be the first point of call for using this clean energy products, and then they're able to share the solutions with their communities and sell the solutions to their community. So we envision a world which is powered by women entrepreneurs. And we do this by providing the opportunity to become a Solar Sister entrepreneur. We provide the training, coaching, and mentoring. We provide technology in form of clean energy products. So it's a range of clean cook stoves, solar lamps, solar home systems, and solar mobile phone charging units. And then we also give the business support. So the idea is, how do we grow women in those communities, successful clean energy entrepreneurs? And of course, we know that this ties very closely to SDG 5 and SDG 7, along with other SDGs as well, that directly promote gender equality and also access to affordable and clean energy. What are the benefits? We see that in households, we've seen savings from switching to clean energy. We've seen improved education when they're using a better light. We've seen connectivity in terms of people are now connected to their cell phones, or are able to stay connected. And then we've also seen community safety, because we know the link between illumination and safety. So yeah, I just wanted to bring a few of our entrepreneurs into the room. So examples of women who are involved in the project would be someone like Nambet. She's a single mother of 5. She's a farmer, and so that meant that prior to becoming a Solar Sister entrepreneur, she had seasonal income only when she's able to harvest the product and sell. But now as an entrepreneur, she's able to make money all year round. And the same with Mrs. Abiola Ige. She's a science teacher herself. Immediately she came in contact with the product, she was very excited because she knew about solar energy, and she knew what the benefits of those products will be beyond just herself. So she is an entrepreneur, and even her adult children as well, young people in her family, are also entrepreneurs distributing clean energy in their own communities. And the same with Eukarya. She's a grandmother. She particularly has a unique story because there was a time there was a robbery in her community and only her house was spared. And the reason why her house was spared was because she had a light in her home. And so the thieves were unable to get into her home. So she was able to see that benefit and sell that benefit to her communities. Right, so we had an independent study to find out really what is the benefit of being an entrepreneur, especially in the clean energy space. And of course, income and autonomy seems like the obvious one, because once you're involved in a trade and you're making money, but it goes beyond that. We saw improvement in business skills, women's leadership in their positions, in their communities, better communication, economic stability, and education. So we were able to see a direct link between improved education of the children who had access to a light than those who didn't. Of course, there was the business growth, community safety, and the sisterhood and the peer support that being a Solar Sister entrepreneur affords. Right, so for me, my recommendation, so directly to government and the private sector, it's important that we recognize and empower women in the energy space. And as I say, it's not just the right thing to do, it's the smart thing to do. So the economics are there. Women make more than half of the population of the world. We need to be involved in every aspect, energy nonetheless. All right, we need the government to also strengthen the machineries, government bodies, on everything that has to do with women's well-being and gender equality. We need the legislations to have to integrate gender perspectives. We need that in public policies, in programs and projects. So also the private sector, in programs and projects, we need this integrated. And then lastly, to women in the energy space. All right, we think, you know, a lot of things are skewed against us, but we're saying push past this gender stereotype. And in the words of Sheryl Sandberg, she says, bring a seat to the table. And I'll say, oh, you create your own table. So if you find that there is no space for you, you create your space. And there's an entire value chain in the energy sector. And so my recommendation is for women to find their space in this energy sector, and thrive. So thank you very much. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Olasimbo, for these very touching stories showing that it can be a mother of 5 or a grandmother involved in making a difference. And I also very much like your concept of create your own table. I think it's really time for women to stand up and to participate, because as you've clearly said, when they are not part of the discussion, then the policies will of course also not take their needs fully into account. And so thank you for also making this very very personal and very tangible with all these stories that you've shared. I understand from the VEF organizers that all the material, the presentations, etc., will be shared on the website of the Vienna Energy Forum. So you will get access to all the material that you see. And I know that there are some questions directly to Olasimbo in the chat function. Maybe Olasimbo, you can take a look and answer them. And you might also be joining one of the breakout sessions where we then have the chance to go further into these. Now let me turn to our youth leader, Ms. Nora Magero from Drop Access, who will give us an introduction into the youth empowerment section.
Thank you so much. I'm very glad and highly. I'll just wait for the slides to come up. Thank you, Otalia. Once more, I'm Nora Magero. I'm a Kenyan energy champion and an energy manager, and I advocate for youth to take up space because I have taken up space as a youth and I've grown and developed, and also pulling other youth to join me to ensure that when we are in this energy transition, the growing population is not being left behind. Next slide, please. So I grew up from just a timid and tiny engineering student who spent so much time in the University of Nairobi libraries and became a social entrepreneur who provides renewable energy solutions for rural communities in Kenya. So this is my story. Next slide. Okay, no, that slide is okay. So in 2015, I got into the energy sector, but I used to work for the petroleum department. Then in 2016, I co-founded an initiative called the Cool Green Campaign Initiative, and we were providing sustainable energy solutions for high schools in Kenya, and also mentoring high school students, because if they're a growing population, then they have to be informed, they have to be knowledgeable and educated on clean energy programs. And when I was interacting with these students, I realized that how much energy poverty is really, really intertwined with the life outcomes of youth and women in not just Kenya, but Africa and globally. So I decided to find my own organization called Drop Access. And at Drop Access, we develop sustainable rural communities because we go back to the grassroots. And we believe that if we're going to fight for last mile energy solutions, then it should be beyond also household lighting. I really appreciate the advances that are being made in household lighting, but then also we believe, and I personally believe, that renewable energy solutions should also contribute to the economy. And that's our mandate at Drop Access. And also at Drop Access, we know how much the youth population is being left behind in the clean energy revolution. So we work with them and we integrate the work of the youth, and we work with them to the water, energy, food nexus. No, it's okay. You can just go to the next slide, Otalia. Okay, when I started Drop Access, I didn't really anticipate the challenges that I will face as a young person in this space, because I was still learning, I was still growing. But what came out clearly was that the older generation that were already in the energy sector weren't really giving us space to grow in that sector. I wasn't really accommodated as a young person who had turned into an entrepreneur and delivering energy solutions in the energy sector. But instead, this older generation, who are my teachers, my mentors, my professors, they turn into competitors. And this is mostly because the older generation seem to be a bit inflexible to the change and also catching up with the new technologies in the clean tech. And now we find them, they're equally transitioning, just as we, the youth, are also transitioning. And I will find myself missing out on opportunities and projects in the renewable energy sector, in the rural energy space, because these opportunities were given to the older generation. And in that case, I found myself lacking opportunities to grow and to gain experience. And what came out clearly that for us, really highly educated, we are also the most unemployed. And remember, the population is also growing. 1.2 billion people are between the age of 15 and 25. And Africa alone, 60% of Africans are actually below the age of 25. So if there are no opportunities for us youth, then how are we going to grow? How do we grow with the energy transition? How do we contribute positively in this transition? And because of this, another challenge is lack of financing for the advances of youth in the energy sector. And we lack financing mostly because we are unbankable. So many times I've actually submitted projects that are sustainable, that are quite sustainable, but then I have been denied funding. Why? Because I'm unbankable. We are viewed as unbankable in the renewable energy sector because we're young and we have not gotten the experience because the opportunities have been taken over from us. So how are we supposed to grow? What is our space? And also with the growing population. One other thing that I didn't really anticipate was the fact that when in this energy sector, for us, the youth, there is nothing like downtown. There is no space for you to snooze and wait a bit and then come back. No, like in 2018, I got a baby and I had my maternity leave for 3 months. After 3 months, when I got back to work, I found that I'd lost opportunities and jobs that I should have done. And that is because within those 3 months, the energy sector wasn't waiting for me to come back from maternity leave and get back in. And this also applies to so much of my fellows also in the renewable energy sector. If somebody is sick for 2 months and they're bedridden, when they come back 2 months later, they probably lost the job, they've lost the opportunities, they've lost a project. So how are we supposed to grow in this sector? How are we supposed to develop ourselves? How are we supposed to help our country's transition? Next slide, please. Still, as much as the challenges that are facing us youth in this sector, we have to acknowledge one thing. We have to innovate constantly. We have to start those companies and clean tech organizations that are delivering renewable energy services. Because through these innovations, through these companies, then we create opportunity for ourselves. We create opportunities for other youth who are coming up in the sector. And that is how I found myself for becoming an engineer to an entrepreneur in the clean energy sector, because I lacked opportunities and I created the opportunities. And another thing is networking. We have to leverage on networking. Personally, I'm a member of so many youth networks, women networks, energy professional networks, engineering professional networks, because what I learned is that these networks are a platform for peer review for myself. My peers get to look at the work that I do and tell me, hey, Nora, you can always add this, you can always include this other aspect that will make this project better and also even more bankable. So networks are very, very important for us, the youth. And also your network is a network. Also continuous learning. Now look at this scenario. There is a youth who is not employed. There is a youth who has very limited experience because the opportunities have been ripped away from them. How are we supposed to pay our bills? How are we supposed to learn? How are we supposed to grow in the energy sector when I can't afford a course that is $750? And yet, we are supposed to catch up with the technologies that are fast changing in the clean tech sector each and every single day. So we have to find ways of continually learning and improving ourselves. And we have to leverage on maybe sponsored trainings, or sometimes we have to take loans to pay our schools, or even just to do particular trainings, so that we are actually relevant in the clean energy sector. But most important, we can't forget about networking for the youth. I mean, mentorship for the youth. When I got into this sector, I didn't get the mentorship that I needed, but instead I found competition from the older generation. But what I vowed was, I'm going to mentor as many youth as I can, because I know if I hold their hands and I work with them, even as they start their organization, as they start their energy projects, then they'll be able to avoid the mistakes that I did, they'll be able to avoid the challenges that I did, and they'll grow much, much faster from a startup to a scale up. Next slide, please. I want us to look at the picture of Africa and the youth bulge. And the debate right now is that, is it an asset or is it a risk? But I say it depends on how you look at it. Because Africa's development has to be driven by the growing population. Just like we were told earlier on, 60% of Africans are under the age of 25. This, to me, is a very good asset for energy transition. It's a very, very good opportunity for the clean tech world, because this growing population are the ones who are going to come up with numerous innovations. Like we all know, what mind-blowing and amazing innovations are actually being made by the youth, being done by the youth globally. So many, each and every single day, because these are the energetic population. These are the population that are quick to learn, that quick to take up concept. So the growing population should be an asset to clean tech, because let me give an example of Kenya. Kenya's energy generation is at 60% renewable energy that is being injected into the grid, and yet there's still energy poverty. Yeah. And yet so many households still go dark when there's a blackout. Why do we have so much clean energy generation and still have inefficiency and unstable energy supply for our homes? It's because Kenya hasn't developed its infrastructure and also industries to take up all that is being generated. But there is an opportunity over here with the growing youth population. These youth are the ones who are going to start up industries that will consume that energy that is being generated. These youth population are the ones who are going to form the professionals, the energy managers, the solar technicians, who will ensure that we actually have a secure energy future. Again, this youth generation provide such a huge and insatiable consumer market, so that all those commodities that are being introduced by these industries are actually have somewhere to go and contribute positively to the economy. Next slide, please. As a young person, and at my organization Drop Access, I deal with the rural communities and specifically smallholder farmers, because we are advocates for the water, energy, food nexus. And why the rural communities and smallholder farmers? The smallholder farmers are the parents of the youth who are growing up. These smallholder farmers actually hold the keys to the rural economies for development, for last mile initiative to actually work. And that is why, for me as a youth, I took up courage to provide renewable energy solutions for smallholder farmers in the rural. Like this man over here, Kyoko. Kyoko is actually my champion farmer. Kyoko is a tomato farmer who does irrigation under a very important initiative for Drop Access for solar water pumping. Next slide, please.
Can you then slowly wrap up? Is perfect, Nora. Thank you.
Okay. In conclusion, we in the youth have to be included in the green transition. And it's time not just for us to be told, hey, this is what you need to do. No, it's time for us to actually be included in the discussions. Then we can actually say the globe or Africa or other continents can transcend into a green energy future without leaving the growing population behind. Thank you so much. Asante sana.
Thank you very much, Nora, for sharing this compelling experience. And I very much liked what you said, be ready to lead your own revolution. I think it's great to see that you have identified a challenge and then you've created your own opportunity.
Thank you.
I think that's very inspiring.
Thank you so much.
We are now going to move to the breakout sessions, where we will be able to deep dive into different subjects, focusing on gender and youth through the perspective of two themes: future-proof skills and enabling environment. We have a very compact program for these breakout sessions. Each of them has 6 to 7 speakers. They will explore the key opportunities for improving future-proof skills and creating an enabling environment from both a youth and a women perspective. So you have breakout group 1 on future-proof skills for youth, breakout group 2, future-proof skills for women, breakout group 3, enabling environment for youth, and breakout group 4, enabling environment for women. You are there all welcomed by very competent moderators, and you'll have about an hour to join these rooms. You're very welcome to also switch from one room to the other, but I kindly ask you to come back to the plenary to hear back from the moderators, so you will get an opportunity to hear what has been discussed in each of the groups and also hear the outcome of the discussions. On the Hopin platform, you are able to join the breakout group you are interested in. And I wish you some fruitful discussions for the next hour, and look forward to having you back at 3:30 Vienna for the plenary and hearing back what has been discussed in these breakout groups.
Hi everyone. As the participants start coming into the room, I'll make a brief introduction. My name is Rand. I'm from the UNMGCY SCG7 Youth Constituency, and I will be your moderator. So welcome to this breakout session on future-proof skills for youth. The energy transition is obviously well underway. So how can youth push it even further? Today, we're going to discuss the skills that are crucial for accelerating the energy transition. The thriving renewable energy job market needs new types of skills. Can traditional and non-traditional forms of education equip youth with these skills? And can they accommodate new needs like problem solving, entrepreneurship, multidisciplinary approaches? In this session, we will first try to briefly go through the barriers that are preventing youth from acquiring the skills they need for the future energy transition. Then we will talk about some of the opportunities and best practices to empower youth with these skills before ending with a few recommendations. I will first begin by presenting our lovely panelists. First, we have Ms. Małgosia Bartosik, Deputy CEO at Wind Europe. Next, we have Mr. Akshay Makar, Managing Director at Climatenza Solar. We have Andrea Micangeli, Coordinator of Renewable and SCOVID at RES for Africa and a prominent researcher at Sapienza University of Rome. Mr. Giovanni Porcellana, Engineer, Business Developer at OPFL and a member of the Young Ambassadors Society. Mr. Ricardo Savigliano, Chief of the Agro-Industries and Skills Development Division of the Department of Agribusiness in UNIDO, and Ms. Olasimboso Jirin, Country Director at Solar Sisters Nigeria, who we've seen in this previous section. So, when we begin to talk about future-proof skills, of course, we're going to talk about the problems and then present. So my first question to you all would be, what are the main barriers for youth to acquire the right skills to lead and benefit from the clean energy transition? Perhaps, Mr. Andrea, you can kick off this discussion.
Thank you very much. Yes, barriers are very important, and we have.
Everybody. I see that there are still some questions. So we will be done with this part of the event for now. We have moved everybody to the series on the left, and then you can select the 4 different breakout rooms. You can select the one that you prefer. If you're a speaker, then please go to the one that you're assigned. Everybody else is welcome to virtually move around and select the one that you like the most. And then we will be back at the plenary at 3:30. So for now, there's going to be nobody speaking in this part. Please go to the series on the left, the button, and select whichever breakout room that you want. And over there, you can, of course, use the chat and ask any question or make any comment that you would like. So thank you for joining. Everybody, please go to the series to the left and then select one of the breakout rooms. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we are much more now. We are increasing our numbers. Good. So barriers are very clear. And we are facing these barriers as university together with companies and in a large network with the universities all over the world, mainly from Africa, Europe, and US. The main barriers are linked to technical, first of all. And when I say technical, I say theory and hands-on training activities. Multidisciplinary, because we have to take energy, environment, water, food, and all their nexuses and connection. And managerial, social, and multicultural. So these are 5 competencies, 5 barriers that we want to overcome in network, making network, because this is the other barrier, the networking and the gender barrier, because we know that we have high level marks for women and girls in the schools, in the universities, and then decreasing, let's say, points in professional and decisional point of view. So these are the barriers, but these are also the way to make the right competencies for the young people working in the real world. This is my thought.
All right, thank you for these fine points, especially concerning when we talk about formal education in academia, we are seeing that there isn't an adequacy between what is happening in universities and then what happens in the professional world. Now, I want to move back to Ricardo from UNIDO. What about at UNIDO, which is more of a professional environment? Where do you think that there are any barriers related to youth acquiring these skills in more of a professional environment than an academic one?
Yeah, thank you, Rind. And I have to say that I tend to agree with what Andrea just said. I would like to add another component, however, which is related to the mismatch between the offer and the demand. So what we are experiencing is that actually what the education system is offering is not what the market is needing, is requiring. So there is a big mismatch. And then let me say that this mismatch has been, let's say, flagged to us already a few years ago. I mean, it's already few years that we are facing that difficulty. But now when it comes to sectors where innovation is part of the DNA, right, of the business, and we are talking about clean tech, energy innovations, and so on, that is going to be, that mismatch is, it's even impacting stronger than before. So we have numbers and then maybe methodologies to assess that, but the impact is going to be on, let's say, on really relevant. I mean, what we said in 2016, the mismatch caused, let's say, 6% of the global GDP losses. It seems that with this, let's say, COVID impact and let's say the late reaction of the system to those innovations happening are going to increase the impact on the global GDP. So from our point of view, that is really a key barrier. So the mismatch between what is offered in terms of education and what is really required in the market. Thank you, Rin.
Okay. So aside from this mismatch, I feel like there's a redundant theme that's been in Olasimbo's presentation in the first section, but also in Andrea's previous statement. It was about women, and especially women that are working in the energy sector and in STEM fields. So inspired by what we've already said and the recommendations that Olasimbo already provided, I would now like to address the question specifically to Malgosia. Do you think what are the specific barriers that either you have faced as women, or do you think that young women face in general when it comes to STEM fields and the energy sector?
Thank you for the question, and thank you for inviting me to the panel. I hope you can hear me. Great.
Yes.
Look, maybe I can just start with a small anecdote. I've been working within the association in Wind Europe for 16 years, and now one of the projects that we are doing is actually focusing on youth. We're writing a book that we are presenting everyday energy transition heroes. So we want to show to the young people that what it actually means, so that it's not only about Greta, who is talking about climate change, but there are actually many people that are working in the sector doing different type of jobs and being, the everyday heroes. And the anecdote I wanted to tell you about is that many of the people that we are presenting in the book, both men and women, they were very much, especially women, they were very much focusing on the gender issue, you know, and they were talking about, yes, there needs to be more women, and it's great to see more and more young girls coming to the more technical jobs. Men, they were also resonating with that, you know, and they were also talking about importance of it. And then we have a committee, editorial committee of around 150 children from all around the world. And we send it to them, you know, the responses of those heroes, of those people, the responses to them, just for first comments and any additional questions. And those 10, 12 years old children, they were very surprised actually with, you know, with people talking about it, you know, talking about gender. And it made us think actually that, you know, we are talking about it, you know, the generation 30, 40, 50 years old, we are talking about it, but the kids, you know, 10, 12 years old kids, they actually have a very different mindset, you know, and they are thinking about equal opportunities, you know, not so much about we must have more, you know, women, we must inspire more women to, you know, to study and educate, you know, technical subjects. It's really, it made us realize that the focus should be on equal, you know, opportunities, equal access, empowering both, you know, girls and boys to, you know, to study whatever they feel passionate about, and then, you know, equipping them with the right skills so they can really, you know, follow the job that they want to follow. So with that anecdote, I wanted actually to state that that our, you know, I would very much encourage to think about, you know, equal access, equal opportunities, equal, you know, empowering both girls and boys, rather than focusing on quotas and talking about and creating, you know, creating again maybe creating the wrong balance if we put now too much of a focus on, you know, women rather than, you know, just on equal and balanced approach.
Thank you. Yes, I believe that I think the subject is viewed differently throughout the generations that are tackling this issue, but it is important to have a face, to have some form of representation, an example or something they can look up to. So similarly to what you have mentioned, Malgosia, I'm sure that there are a lot of other opportunities and initiatives to overcome such barriers in acquiring future-proof skills. So now I will move to Giovanni to talk about an initiative that he's part in, which is the youth engagement in the G7 and the G20. So how exactly is your organization, the Youth Ambassador Society, creating opportunities and empowering youth to be active and to acquire skills that they need for the future?
Thank you very much, Rim, for the question. And I would actually go back to what Malgosia finished to say, that we really need to engage and empower young people since the beginning, regardless of their gender, of course. And in Young Ambassador Society, we really believe that empowering young people is fundamental through putting them in the right situations for demonstrating their skills and demonstrating their potential. What we do, we are the official organization partnering with the Italian Ministry of Foreign Affairs for selecting young people, young delegates for the youth engagement groups of the G20 and the G7 for Italy. So in these summits, apart from the head of states and the ministerial meetings, there are some engagement groups. And since 10 years, Young Ambassador Society have been scouting and recruiting and training young people, young Italian people, for participating to those meetings. We are part of a global network with all the organizations around the world, a part of course, of those summits. And this year, actually, we will directly organize the Youth 20 in Italy, together with the Italian presidency of the G20. And also we're really looking forward to see what are the skills that we can provide our delegates with, not just the Italian delegates, but the world delegates that will come, hopefully come physically to Italy for the summit. And I really apologize because I will have to leave you for another commitment, but really looking forward to continue the conversations with you on those topics, which are fundamentally important, in my opinion. Thank you. Rind, I think you
Can you unmute?
Excuse me. I was just thanking Giovanni for his intervention and reminding the audience that they are free to provide inputs or questions, and if time allows it, we will tackle them at the end. And we're sorry to see you go, Giovanni, but good luck with your meeting. And now, since we've talked about the problems, I think it's time to talk about opportunities, talk about solutions, things that are working right now. So since we started with some specific examples like the booklet from Europe and the work that Giovanni is doing with his association, now I'd like us all to kind of branch out in a more global view. What does the government have to do? What does the private sector have to do? What do organizations have to do to equip youth with future-proof skills? I'd like to call Akshay first to comment on the subject, since you are a director at the company, so I think you'd have a very good insight on the role of the private sector.
Sure. Thank you, Ren, for inviting me. I believe that private, public, and development agencies can have a combined partnership to evolve the new technologies coming up, as well as for the development of particular sectors. When we talk about development of renewable energy sector within India, we have been doing some good work on ground at Climatenza. So let me tell you a bit about Climatenza. We are a solar thermal company, and we have been existing together with the academia, with the government, as well as with the private players, to bring a collaborative environment and to bring this new energy technologies to the world. We are right now based in New Delhi and Santiago, Chile. So we have been working with both the government of India, which is Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, as well as with the government of Chile, that is the Innovation Society of Solar Energy, as well as the Corfo. So we very well understand that what the governments are looking forward to, and this also brings an opportunity for the youth, because we have a target to provide almost 20,000 jobs by 2025, and that brings us and to provide an equal opportunity not only to the youth but to the men and women, especially at the construction stage. So we are integrating all the different sustainable development goals. That includes introduction to new renewable energy technologies to bring down the carbon emissions, as well as providing this new opportunities. And we feel that when academia, development agencies, government, and the private sector can bring this new solutions, bring these new strategies and tools, we can bring a more development, especially for the people at the bottom of the pyramid, by providing them more jobs and increasing their living standards. So this is something that we are doing right now at Climatenza, and we feel that with more players coming into the picture, we can bring not only direct job but also the indirect jobs in a way to bring, integrate the new supply chain, providing the new indirect jobs to the youth as well as to the other businesses, and thus evolving the GDP of the country and the economic growth of the country that we are present in. So this is something that we are doing right now.
Thank you. So since there's kind of a common point between our speakers, Odacim, we were also working with the solar energy sector, but perhaps in a more social enterprise-oriented approach. Do you share the same views when it comes to the role of the private sector, of governments, and of development agencies, or do you have any different views on this topic?
Thank you, Rind. I think more, as you rightly said, I'm in the social enterprise space. We're more working to ensuring that, throughout the entire energy value chain, we find where we can equal participation by increasing women in those sectors. So for us, we play in the space of last mile distribution, and which is a lot of the innovations and the creations or things that are invented in the clean energy space. How do they get to where it's needed the most? of that last mile distribution. And we found that it is a very is a big opportunity for women to get involved in this part of the value chain of energy. And so for us, it has posed an opportunity. And when we go into communities, women are able to do this, because a lot of what we hear, especially when we challenge the lack of representation of women in the energy space. Of course, you see people pointing to things like the lack of skills, the lack of women in the people. These are that face women and young people, and so it is. For us, it's more about where are the opportunities, how do we latch up on it, whilst of course we try to augment the other sections of it as well. So I think for us is how we are playing. We focus really on last mile communities, rural or peri-urban communities, or essentially we call underserved communities. And we do make sure that in those communities, women are taking the forefront, young people as well, taking the forefront in ensuring that they are part of energy access and introducing energy access and in the adoption of clean energy solutions in their community. So this is a place where opportunity.
Thank you, Olasimbu, for those comments. And now, since we've had the view of sort of the private sector, I'd like to come back to Ricardo for the view of development organizations, or maybe closer to the government sector, since your work in UNIDO is close to these entities.
Thank you, Rind. So just to say, as UNIDO, we feel very, very close to the private sector as well. I mean, so our vocation is really to bring the private sector in what we do, and actually, let me let's say, if I have well understood, basically, you are asking which are the opportunities that are coming basically from the partnership between the private and the public, right? And the role that these two players are playing. I think they both depend from each other. The opportunities are also linked with the barriers that we mentioned before. So on one side, we have the private sector, which is asked to basically to provide inputs, to provide guidance, to suggest and inspire let's say the skills ecosystem. On the other side, we have the public sector, which is asked, in our opinion, to focus more on output and outcomes of those let's say actions related to skills development. So, and we are in between. We are trying to make the two talking to each other and finding, let's say, common grounds for their own individual interest. And in between, of course, we have the youth, we have the ones entering into the market. But let me also say that we have also to keep in mind, since we are in this changing world, we are in a period where technologies are updating and changing our societies, we have to make sure that our training or opportunities that we are offering are also not forgetting those ones trained in the past. So the reskilling, the upskilling is something that the youth of today will find beneficial tomorrow. So just to say, that is in summary, what I said at the beginning. I think both depend from each other. At UNIDO, we are trying every time to build the partnerships with the private and the public sector. As a matter of fact, we call them PPDPs, because with the D highlighting the development of the partnership. It's not only, let's say, the private taking care of an asset of the public as the normal definition of PPPs, but it's really a partnership where even the risks are shared, the resources are shared for the development. And when it comes to skills development, who is the beneficiary of that partnership are mainly youth, young male and females. Thank you, Rind.
Thank you, Ricardo. So now that we've presented the barriers and some of the opportunities, I think it's time to move towards concrete examples of best practices, of things that are already implemented and that are working, that are making an impact and are equipping youth with future. So first, I'm gonna go back to Malgosia from Enduro and ask about how is your organization taking a lead in empowering youth as agents of change?
Thank you very much. So I've mentioned a small activity like this book. So we try to really engage with young people at the very early stage. We have some pilot projects also with schools. We're trying here in Belgium. Wind Europe is located in Brussels, in Belgium. So we're trying to run some very practical projects to inspire the children, to tell them about climate change, to tell them about energy transition, but inspire them in a very practical way, make them part of it. And get them to build a wind turbine and see how it generates electricity, rather than just giving them some boring lectures that it's difficult to get some passion and inspiration out of that. So we do many activities like this. But what I wanted to talk about is what is happening in terms of reskilling, for example, that Ricardo was talking about, which I think it's more of it's basically a bridge between the previous question and this question. You have a Just Transition Fund as part of the is financed by the European Union, and the Just Transition Fund is helping the the regions, helping the people that are working in the old generation industries, is helping to basically go through the energy transition in a way that no one is left behind. And I just would like to give some practical examples of that, which I think is great also in terms of collaboration and building partnerships between those different parties that we've been discussing before. So between the industry, between the business and the government, the public administration and the educational centers. So one of the examples would be, for example, the reskilling center that we are trying still to put together in Poland and in Romania. You might know Poland, Romania. They are two European countries that are quite heavily dependent still on coal, and they have also quite a big workforce working in the coal mining industry. So there is a project, again, it's a pilot project that is supposed to be financed through the Just Transition Fund, and the objective of it is to retrain the coal miners, but also the young people, that's the next thing that they would do. They would basically, it's part of the culture, it's part of the DNA of people that are living in those regions. Their grandfather, their great grandfather, their father, everyone worked as a coal miner. So for them, they don't even question it, right? For them, it was the next step. Now, because we can actually educate them, but educate them offering something tangible and practical, we can reskill, but also train those people to work instead of working in the coal mine. They would get a set of skills that would equip them rightly to work for the wind industry. And we've actually did an analysis. There's a certain set of skills that is very similar for the electrical engineers, the mechanical engineers that are working that have the coal miners basically would have, that we can then reuse with some reskilling, reuse for the wind sector. And what is good about it is that it's not only theoretical, that we will do it and then we will leave them, find a job yourself. We are actually, as part of this project, it's a 10 years project. We signed a partnership also with one of the companies that they commit to hire an amount of those reskilled people every year in their company.
Thank you, Marcos. That was actually very interesting since it kind of combines the needs of youth with the needs of the other generation that's looking for transitioning, for entering the renewable energy sector. That way they can both participate in the energy transition and both benefit from these opportunities. I'd like to go back to Andrea, since in the chat and in our discussions, we're really going back to educational institutions. So could you elaborate on how, as a researcher, as an academic, what are you doing in your organization to empower youth as agents of change or throughout your organization's work?
Sure. I want to go back to few important experiences. First of all, in 1991, I was a young engineer, and my first experience hands-on in Africa really changed my life. So that 10 years later, when I started courses at Sapienza University, I started putting people on real case studies and on real example in a number of different countries around the world to make them aware about what is to work with people and in an intercultural and wide panorama. But in 2011, I started working with companies, with universities all over the world, with the Grand Challenges Scholars Program, that is a National Academy of Engineering of Washington program that allow people to make their own technical trainings looking to social awareness, multicultural, and multidisciplinary point. But now, in 2021, I want to be sure that people can work on it all over Africa, all over the world. And so we met as university a number of high-level companies like Enel Foundation, and a number of other companies in technical and renewable energies, making the Microgrid Academy. So I really would like to invite people at looking how the training can be hands-on, even during the pandemic, even during this year, we can work together. That's why I will tell you later about the Renew Able against COVID, Renew newly able against this pandemic. How? Making the network, working together, maybe each one in its own country or house sometimes, but delivering real projects together. This is our way of making the trainings. This is our way to meet people, universities, industries, and most of all, young people, girls, men, women that wants to learn something more and do a lot more together. This is our way. Every 10 years, 1991, I was the student. 2021, I want to join and to meet the other people, learning and teaching within the different cultures and real case studies, real needs of the people on the field. This is our way of working. I will give you some links just to be in touch. Okay, that's my answer. There are a number of opportunities, and we are trying to do our best, of course, not alone, never alone.
So much, Andrea. You feel free to share the links in the chat or maybe as a follow-up of the session. And now I can go back to Ola Simba. I think we've all heard your success story in the previous section. I just wanted to focus on the skills development aspect of your initiatives. And the fact that you are using and bringing these new technologies to bring new skills to your community and to these locals. So can you share a bit more about the specific aspect of skill building related to your work?
Sure, thank you. I'm also saying in the chat section as well, I think Irene and Adedeji also talk specifically about the mismatch, especially between the skills that are needed in the sector and then the academics or the training that is available. But I'll first speak to our organization, Solar Sister, and what we do in terms of. So what we've done is we've curated a 12-month curriculum where we take Solar Star entrepreneurs through a range of different modules, starting from, business skills, agency, things like communication, finance, management, and all the different skills required to run, to start and run a clean energy business. One of the key things that we do to keep refining our capacity development program is to use this new human-centered design model. So ideally, we put entrepreneurs in a room and we basically interact and think about things from their perspective, and we're able to redesign the program or the training curriculum to suit that. So we've done that a lot, right? And we also, as opposed, or let me say alongside the 12-month, also do coaching, structured coaching and mentoring of the women, because they're all at different levels. They're the ones who want to double their business. They're the ones who are just starting. And so being able to use the right training to tailor fit the right woman is also something we're doing. But in talking about one of the things that we've been doing, working with development partners mostly, is to find how do we equip people in the energy sector, women in the energy sector, with the right skills that they need in order to thrive. And so the university, we've looked at the available content. A lot of them are old, outdated, and they don't speak to the current realities on the ground. And so we find that we have to all develop different curriculums where they're used to serve. So over the last 2-3 years, we've attended quite a number of training programs locally, organized by development partners that address this specifically, so that are addressing the skills needed right now to thrive in the energy sector. So I think it's more, how do we get these type of things ingrained? How do we get them to be courses in our training colleges, to be in our universities, and make to be more, to scale it to be more accessible to people? That's one of the ways in which we can grow the sector. So I think that's my contribution.
Thank you so much, Olasimbo. So you've talked about bringing new technology into areas where they suffered from energy access, where they suffered from other development issues. I'm gonna go back to Akshay and talk about this technological revolution, let's say. So what was the impact of this technological revolution on youth in the workspace, and how do you think that young people can recap the benefits of this revolution?
Sure. I would say first with the manufacturing sector and then a general sector. So within the manufacturing sector, we have always seen that technology advancements are required when we go a step ahead, right? So when we talk about the year 2016, when we were thinking about starting climate ends up, the usually used technology in the industrial sector is the boiler technology, where they burn the fossil fuels, generate the energy to power the industrial sector, and that's how they're emitting a lot of carbon emissions. So that was the motivation for us to start this, bring the new advancement into the technology and bring the new solar thermal solution that could empower the industries, empower their workers by providing them better health condition, and their communities by releasing less amount of carbon emission, and that would directly impact their health. So we brought this innovation in a way that we fabricated this new innovative solar thermal solution. But in 2019, we took a step ahead where we wanted to add more innovation in more technological advancement, and that in that way we added this manufacturing line. So in year 2015 to 2019, when we were only manufacturing 2 concentrators per day, we added the new assembly line to take that 20x more and bring that 80 concentrator in one day. With that, I mean is that more opportunities can be provided with the new advancement in technology. Today, we are bringing this production line to India, and that would provide even 20 full-time jobs and 300 part-time jobs to the youth, to the women, and to the men. Irrespective of their gender or any age. So this is something we say that advancement in technology can bring an equal opportunities for everyone. When we talk about the other sectors, specifically when we talk about this COVID-19 issue that happened in last year, we have seen that the new advancement in technology, which includes the telemedicine, which includes the use of the internet more, and this is providing more opportunities for everyone. When we talk about the edtech, educational technology, we are seeing that a teacher teaching at one place could provide that to almost like 5,000 children through internet, and that is a big breakthrough in the general educational technology. Then we talk about telemedicine. We are seeing that using an application, we can give them more data at our hands, right? 24/7 access to medical facilities through a simple application. So that is the advancement in technology, and this provides more jobs. This is like a technological advancement is like a rain, good for some people, but bad for probably not that good for some people. We can have technological advancement, but I believe skill centers should also be created so that these new skills should be transferred from the hardcore on-ground jobs to the new advancement in the revolution that is coming up. And in coming decades, we can see a complete internet and new advancement technology that could provide more jobs and a better living for everyone, especially for the people at the bottom of the pyramid. It's more important. One more example is before starting this Climate Enza, I was part of a company known as Graphita. So that was a company where we provided the opportunities to artisans, that is the people who creates their respective craft from their respective states. And usually the problem with the people is they do not have the outreach. So we provided them the internet platform where they can put their this craft that they are making, and we provided the opportunity in 20 different countries. So a person who was spending or earning less than $1 per day would now have the opportunity to earn more than 20x per day. And in that way, they can have a better earning, better living, and meaning a better life for themselves as well as for their families. So I believe technology has a huge potential in this in the coming years, and that would benefit everyone in the society.
Thank you so much, Akshay. So we still have a few more minutes. I'd like to only take one question from the audience that I found was recurring throughout the comments. It's why? Why do we have this mismatch between what the education, the skill development sector is offering and what the actual job market and the real world is demanding? So would any of you like to comment on that?
I can start. Okay. So, I mean, I was having a conversation with my friend a couple of days back, and we were saying that what is the problem that is happening? It usually starts at the early stages when we are in the school. So we believe that the subjects that is being taught in the schools, ideally not every subject is very much important, and we usually take one of the subject as our career path. But what is more important is three things. First, STEM, that is the science, technology, mathematics, and engineering. The second important thing today is the taking of this new coming up technology known as the coding, right? Learning from the basic coding from the initial start would give them the better edge. But the third thing and the most important thing is the leadership and the financial management resources, which is very, very much important. And usually the people, even at the 25 to 30, do not understand the value of the money and the leadership that should have them. So integrating that using the technology and providing in more of what do you say, application or something like that should be started from the initial years. That could provide an upper edge to the people to learn about what is the main problems the humanity is currently facing, and therefore coming up with more skilled and more responsible behavior in them. Yeah.
Thank you. Would anybody else like to add anything before we move to the conclusion?
Yes, I would like more and more people staying with us with this transition. We need new people. We need people really based on real technology, real management. That's why within the Microgrid Academy, I gave you, that is free of cost. Now you can see it in the chat. We are also delivering hours for startup. And this was a great surprise for us. A number of young women came and with very interesting proposals. And we could give them, we just started until the last of 2020. And now in 2021, we will see these effectives and these results. That's why we really want enthusiastic people. We really want people fully determined and ready for the network, ready to think out of the box, out of the terror, out of the fears, and go straight, so that we always find and end our courses with just a few words. Make your move. This is what we want for anyone listening to us. And I would like also within this participant board and panelists to work together. This is our point. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you so much, Andrea. I think that your message is quite clear. You're inviting youth to make their move and just do the things that they want to do, that they've dreamed of doing, and that they actually now can have the skills to do thanks to those opportunities that you've all mentioned. So for the concluding remarks, I just would like to ask that each of you panelists to, in 1 minute, just a simple takeaway message or recommendation that you would like to send to all of our followers. I'm gonna start with Malgosia. Go ahead.
So conclusions. I think I would like to maybe just very briefly talk about what Andrea was just saying. It's extremely important that we make all those new creative ideas and young people part of the discussion, part of the solution, and not just teaching them what we already know. The world is changing very fast, and especially in the energy field, it's, there are probably solutions that are already developed that we don't know about. And here comes my conclusion with the skills. Let's really not underestimate the value and the future proof of the soft skills. Olasimbo, you were talking about it. Akshay, you were talking about the importance of, when you can be the best inventor, you can be the best engineer, but if you don't know how to communicate about, what you do, if you don't know how to build partnerships, if you don't know how to sell it, your idea will never come up from under the surface. So I was thinking today about, what is really if I would have to respond about the future-proof skills, what would that be in this so quickly changing world? I would probably say it's soft skills. Let's teach the youth about, how to boost creativity, how to think in a logical and analytical way, how to adapt easily to change, how to communicate effectively, and build relations that can help you to follow your passion and to help you with your career goals. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Malgosia. Yes, we've seen that now our world is a multidisciplinary world. So we need people not just to be engineers, but to also be thought leaders, to have those soft skills to enable them to act ideas. Olasimbo, concluding remarks?
Okay, thank you. Just to follow on what everyone has said, to leave my conclusions as well. Here we have a saying that says, necessity is the mother of invention. And we are in a place where we live the challenge every day. And so there's a lot of ideas that are I feel like need those softer skills that Margozia was talking about to be able to bring this out and to be able to show this creativity and show this inventions that is going around all around us in Africa. And also to say, yes, I've been in the space now for about 10 years. And yes, there are a lot of amazing interventions and creations, but I know that we are not 100% there yet. I know that there's still room for invention, especially on the technology end. I know that a lot of products, especially the ones that are imported, when they come into Africa, they don't exactly meet the challenge as a direct fit. And so it still needs to be tweaked here and there. So I feel like we should please call for more support from development partners, from our governments to look into our homegrown solutions, to look into how we can use our people, our resources, our materials to develop solutions that work for us. So thank you.
So much, Olasimbo. Ricardo, what is your takeaway message for today?
Yes, I mean, actually, two things. I mean, one is that we were waiting for the future, of the skills, and today is actually the future came, and we need to get ready for that. It's a matter of, as has been said, it's a matter of survival. So we have to adapt to that. But just to say, my recommendation is that everybody, private sector, governments, and institutions are thinking about considering education as an investment and not as a cost. That is also something that is extremely important to send, because on green jobs, in the green, let's say, technologies and energy, there is a lot of potentiality in terms of job creation, but we have to be careful because we are lacking behind the skills necessary to really fulfill those potential jobs. That is what has been already said. Just the takeout from our side is, again, we need to, our ecosystem needs to consider the good education as a long-term investment. Thank you, Rind.
Thank you so much, Ricardo. And last but not least, concluding remarks.
I will echo what my fellow panelists have said. So for me as well, it would the new technologies only emerge when it's the time of survival, right? So, but at the same time, it's more about how we can provide the equal opportunity to everyone, whether it's the men, women, youth. So I would say that wherever we go in the form of technological advancement, economic growth, but an equal opportunity environment should be created that can be created by the partnership of all government, private players, as well as the academia. So thank you so much, Rain, for this opportunity. And thank you so much, my fellow panelists.
Thank you so much for all our panelists. This has been a really exciting discussion, and I would just like to invite everyone to go back to the plenary where we have a quick summary of all the discussions. Thank you so much, and see you.
Thank you very much. It's been a
Thank you very
pleasure.
much.
Thank you.
My name is Marco van Hogevorst. I'm working at UNIDO as the PFAM Partnership Manager, as well as being the general focal point in the Energy Department. And it's my pleasure to lead this discussion. So the idea will be to talk about the barriers, the opportunities, and the best practices in the area of future-proof skills. And then end with some recommendations from the panelists that we can bring back to the plenary room at the end of this session. So let me start with a question to Sandra on the barriers, if I may. So Sandra, if we look at the barriers, what are the key barriers for women to acquire the right skills to enter and advance in the clean energy sector. And then please, for all panelists, if you can keep your answer to roughly 2 to maximum 3 minutes so that all the panelists can have sufficient airtime to share their views with the audience. Sandra, please, floor is yours.
Good evening, honorable members of the panel and distinguished audience. Thank you for the invitation. I'm really happy and thrilled to share the floor with you and be part of this forum. Greetings from Mexico. And well, going to the question. Well, it's not a secret that women face different barriers to pursuing a career in the energy sector. For example, trust in their technical skills, labor segregation by gender, problems, a lot of problems to balance work and family, and self-representation in decision-making positions. And also, those obstacles are common to all women around the world. To address the gender imbalance within the Mexican energy sector is not an easy task. It is not now, and it was not in 2013 when I began to advocate for this topic. In my country, people may say that if women don't participate in the energy sector, it's basically because they don't feel attracted by this kind of topic. But as the studies have shown, girls have a lack of self-confidence when it comes to STEM subjects due to cultural beliefs. For example, in Mexico, 30% of parents expect their sons will work in math or science-related fields. In contrast, only 12% expect the same from their daughters. So back in 2018, there was scarce information about the actual gender gap and challenges and the potential to transform the sector into a more inclusive one. But without reliable data and figures to prove the gender gap, it was really, really difficult to address the issue and situation. Aware of this situation, we conducted the very first study to measure the gender imbalance in the sector, the so-called Gender Roadmap for the Energy Transition. This was a pioneering multi-stakeholder effort to create the first national strategy to achieve gender equality and empowerment of women in the renewable energy and energy efficiency fields. With the participation of 1,400 energy professionals nationwide and a case study at the Energy Faculty of UNAM, which is the most important university here in Mexico, we analyzed the situation of women in clean energy and developed a baseline. And I would like to share briefly some of the main findings. For example, from the total professionals surveyed, 51% women perform administrative tasks, and only 9% of women occupy strategic decision-making positions, and 30% held managerial positions. Another relevant finding was that the main reason why women rejected any kind of promotion or strategic change in their careers was the impossibility to balance work and family. From our survey, around 66% of students and 59% of women professionals mentioned they experienced sexual harassment during their careers. That situation undermined their confidence, created a hostile environment for working and learning. So, as I mentioned, as you may see, it's clear that barriers women face to advance their careers are real. We have conducted research, and those challenges are well documented, at least in Mexico. So we wonder, what is it missing to accept the existence of that gender imbalance? And moreover, well, to take action. So I will leave it here as a first introduction to the topic.
Thank you, Sandra. And I forgot to mention that you represent GWNet in this discussion. And maybe the same question, moving from the experience in Mexico to some other part of the world, maybe Pierre Langlois, if you can also share a little bit your experience and your and share with us what you think are the key barriers for women to acquire these skills. And Pierre is working for Econolaire. Pierre, floor is yours.
Yes, thank you very much for this opportunity. Well, Econolaire is a consulting firm that's working in the clean energy sector, both energy efficiency and renewable energy. And the gender equality has been a big focus of our projects for many reasons. First of all, we really believe as a firm that it's important, but furthermore, because the organization we work for more and more have such a gender equality policy. So that has to be included in every project that we implement, which is kind of very interesting because we're looking at this not only on the point of view of really practical things on the ground, like it was mentioned by a few of the speakers, but also on the legal side, organizational side. So I'll give you an example for building codes, for example. Well, you will see what's the role of building codes and gender. Well, essentially, the building codes are there to improve the energy efficiency of the building and the good conditions within the buildings. But very often they're developed by men, traditionally because they were more involved, ending as a result that the conditions that they present as the best practices are not necessarily in line with women expectations and needs. So what we've been doing in the last years are doing a lot of research and a lot of integration within our project. Just to name a few, we just completed for IDRC, which is a Canadian organization under research and development for international development, a project related to energy justice. Well, energy justice is something that's kind of new as well as a statement where you look at energy as a need, as a basic need for everyone. And when you look at the justice part of it, you see a very different aspect for women and men. You see that there's a disparity. You see that the offering is not the same, and the way the access is provided is not necessarily delivering at the same space. We just completed an assignment in the Pacific Islands where on the cultural basis, women are not treated necessarily the same as men. And when you look at the energy consumption globally, then you see the decision-making process is very different from one place to the other. And the last one that I would mention is one that we're starting with IFC in Africa, when it's related, the name is Energy to Equal, so it's pretty interesting. It's a gender workforce study assessing women participation in the renewable energy sector, where we see there's a huge disparity about the number of men and women working in that expanding field. And there's a lot of reasons for that, and some of the speakers will talk about it, but as well, the fact that women are not attracted as much for the type of scientific education that's needed to work in renewable energy, where there's some reasons for that as well. There are the need to integrate women into the discussion about renewable energy and climate change. So not only are they attracted on a global level, but as well on the technical and even on the, like I said, regulatory and decision-making process. So there's a lot of reason why, but a lot of our work has been addressing at the beginning the data acquisition, because in order to make the case and to make changes, you need to understand what are the disparities, what are the differences. I heard in Mexico, there's some stats that were provided, but these are the kind of things that are needed when you want to make some changes. You need to actually come with facts, well-documented realities, and then you're able to propose changes to address these disparities. So there's a lot of work that is currently being done. And the good thing as far as our own clean energy practice is it's fully integrated in all of our assignments related to things that would not normally consider gender as an issue when we're talking about energy efficiency and the use of efficient equipment. But actually, at the end of the day, when you look at the data and you look at the results, then you see that there's a disparity. And when it's well known, then we can address it in our global recommendation about the climate change initiatives.
Great, thanks, Pierre, for that perspective. Maybe moving perspective a little bit, or same question, but more to the kind of the entrepreneurs themselves. I mean, Ripu Panjan Singh, we have in our panel, who is a mentor and working with accelerators on the US aid program. Ripu, maybe from your experience working with entrepreneurs, what's your perspective on this? What do you see as the key barriers here?
Yeah, I think I'll begin with a positive note. I know we are discussing barriers here, but what a great and inspiring talk from Noura towards the end. That inspires us a lot. And having said that, I'll just say that in terms of looking at the barriers for women to basically engage the kind of skills we are suiting, I think we have to step back and look at if there is an intent at the first place, at the managerial level or at the leadership levels. I mean, what we are fighting at this time, that is actually the unconscious bias. And that's what we are looking at from a leadership level. And I think that's where we need a lot of enlightenment. with the leaders who are actually leading and taking decisions, that there needs to be a process to be followed, and the intent at the policy level, at the board level, that we are pushing for realistic and sincere efforts for including women on the decision table. I think that is one where we're missing. And the second part is the lack of reporting and accountability at the academia level, and the right assessments or the evaluations of the report. Do we have the right set of data to make informed decision in terms of what skills are required? And we are fighting, I mean, right from the beginning. I mean, when women do take care of themselves, but I think at the family level, sometimes parents do feel that women do not need, my girl doesn't need to be in a technical field, right? That's one thing. And when you start the ladder at the professional front, there are managers, your senior managers or leadership that do feel the same way, right? And secondly, and there is a lack of assessment and evaluation within the organization level, where you can actually pinpoint what kind of right skills are required. And while unconsciously we are not looking at that point, but I think that's where the main intent is, and that's where we need to focus more. And I don't think it's a question of right skills. Women have those skills, they just need to be given the opportunity and the platform, I think, at most of the times, than just saying that we lack. I think that's where I'll stop.
Okay, thanks. I mean, before we move into what skills or where do we see, or where do you see the biggest gaps, and I know Natalia wanted to comment a little bit on that, but maybe before we go to you, Natalia, back to Nora, in terms of your personal experience in this, maybe you can share a few more words on that. We heard you, of course, already, but maybe specifically on this, if you can share a little bit of your own experience, I think that will be very interesting as well.
All right, thank you so much, Carlo. And what I've seen, especially dealing with communities in the rural and dealing with the women who are based in the rural, is there's such a huge imbalance in the gender power structure, and that is impeding so many rural women in Kenya to getting access to energy, because we are past the revolution of give us light. When it comes to the last mile initiatives and ensuring clean tech actually get, and the technologies actually do get to the communities and are much, much more useful for better outcomes, we have to think of productive use of energy. For productive use of energy, there are various models of innovative financing for this kind of utilities. And you find, because of such an imbalance in the gender power structure, women still find it so hard to access financing. And even when they access it, they can't use it in the best way possible, because for African societies, there is the innate belief, and maybe it's also in other low-income societies, maybe just other societies in general. There is the innate belief that the man of the household, or the leader of the household, being the man, makes the final call when it comes to how this money is going to be spent, or how we're going to divide this kind of financing. Like, take for example, like I worked with a women group sometime last year, and we're giving them a solar pump because they sell water to a community and they use a hand pump. So when we're trying to shift them to the solar pump, and we had discussions from start, and we sold them onto the idea, and we even we really progressed on how they're going to adopt the solution. But the last minute, literally, there was a meeting the last minute where the men came and the husband and thought of the whole decision, and they say, and the claim was, you didn't really involve us as men in you women group making this decision to buy a solar pump. So take a case of this kit or this solution that will have really meant that these women actually benefit from double revenue for their venture, but the men came and destroyed the whole plan, and we never really progressed with it. And what I saw was the society somehow embraces this because of the imbalance in the gender power structure. Basically, the norm has been the head of the leaders of the family are the ones who make such kind of decisions to purchase innovative facilities or to purchase such cool tech, which I found quite disturbing, and I felt like it was really derailing our efforts when trying to ensure that women actually are not left behind in the clean energy revolution, or actually they get to use energy productively to contribute to the economies and to contribute to the household. These are the ones in my society who are doing the most for their households. And what I saw is it won't be done overnight that we suddenly say, oh my God, women are now leading the clean energy revolution. No. It's a walk, it's a process that is gradual, and it will mean that we inform such inclusive structures where we accept fine. For a very long time, the men are the ones who define the kind of financing, who actually dominate the financing. And since now we decided we're going to finance women, we have to include the men ideas and ensure they're not being left behind so that they don't derail the processes. Yeah, that's my thought.
Okay, thanks. Thanks, Nora. So Natalia, Natalia Acuna from SMAP, a question I wanted to ask to you, and then please others jump in as well, in terms of, if we look at specific skill areas, where do you see the biggest gaps and the mismatch? If you can elaborate a little bit on that, that would be great. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Marco, and very nice to meet you all, the panelists as well. Yes, I'm Natalia Cunningham, SMAP at the World Bank. Well, one of the things that we are discussing here in this commonalities about different skills and all that, they are not only present for women, but also for men. That is very important for us to work on those, to be able to open the gap, to close the gap between men and women. One of the things that I think is very important is the empathy culture. We lack a lot of empathy for people to understand what is important to bring women to this sector, and also have a non-violent culture. As Nora mentioned in her speech before, I mean, if we don't work in sexual harassment and different type of violence that women experience, we're not going to be able to attract more women to this sector. Also, it is important to work in all this for the future that is in the big discussion, especially for all these type of institutions that we work all around the world, especially working with problem solving is not only something that is like women are lagging for this type of the skills, but also men, that we need to work in the change of the education paradigm. I mean, what is the type of skills that we're providing to future workers? Is not only the technical part, but also what is like all this soft and rational and analytical thinking and all that. Also the self-management and how to work with stress, how to deal with the work-life balance, and also working with people, right? I mean, we need to work more in leadership skills, working with more like how to work in groups, how to work with other people, how to attract people that are not even in the same level as us, or maybe like in the same background that we have. We need to have like open our minds just to attract and to understand who are the people we're working with and the people we're working for. And also the use of technology. All around the world, in particular, women are lagging for educational technology education. So basically, women are less educated with the use of technology. They have less access to smartphones, less access to internet, etc. So those are things that are actually inhibiting women from being part of the sector. I also think it is important to understand that all regions around the world are having like same type of issues, but at different levels. For instance, in Latin America, in general, people are not studying STEM careers. So it is not only that women are not studying STEM, but almost a lot of people that there are not a lot of people that are pursuing this type of field. So how we are attracting them to actually be inserted in the sector. And all around the world, I mean, we're seeing like different type of like gaps. So I will stop here. Thank you, Michael.
Okay. Maybe before we move on to the opportunities, which is always more interesting to talk about in a way than the barriers, of course, it's important to break down the barriers, but I think we also should look at the opportunities that are around there. Back to the skills, I know Natalia, the World Bank has done quite some research on looking at soft skills as well. So of course, technical skills are important, as you mentioned, but I think there are quite some studies that show that especially working on soft skill with women entrepreneurs is actually making huge impacts, making them more confident that they are, as we know, as good as male entrepreneurs. But this is an area which I've seen coming back in research that we shouldn't forget, let's say, because that can make a huge impact to restore the balance, let's say. Any experiences, comments on that from anyone in the panel? If not, then let's move to the opportunities, and I'd like to turn to Carlo Albini from he's the head of Innovability People and Organization in the NL Group. Thanks for being here as well, Carlo. So, Carlo, maybe you can tell a little bit more about what you are thinking are the skills most needed by women to lead the energy transitions, and how can they best acquire them?
Yeah, thank you, Marco, I'm really pleased to be here with all of the other speakers. I'm not doing the complementary, explanation with respect to what Natalia was anticipating about the hard skills. I mean, when speaking of energy transition in NL, we use to refer to the just transition, okay? And to our commitment not to leave anyone behind in this journey toward the future of our industry. And this is quite crucial. That's why we think it's important today to focus not on hard and codified skills needed in the future in the energy sector, but I would say on the expected leadership model we all need in the future. That is, in our view, an open leadership. What is open leadership? Usually is referred to as characterized by skills and leadership traits that are usually attributable to women role models. According to the words, we collected in the last year through what we call empowering conversation within the company and with external testimonials and outstanding role models. I try to summarize these leadership traits as follows. I mean, the ability to integrate and to include people in the daily activities and within the projects. The attention to caring for people beyond performance and results. Then another trait was putting passion and search for happiness at the heart of the motivation of these professionals. Then the equilibrium between soul and mind in taking decisions. And last but not least, the ability to simplify complex problems. That is, quite a relevant attitude and ability. And we all see that these common traits are, naturally traits in the leadership for women when they have access to the organization. So, and that's a kind of inspiration also for men, because actually these are not let's say, a unique trait for women, but they are, let's say, something we can learn from our colleagues, our women colleagues in the organization. So I would underline this part of the soft skills and attitude for the success of women in the energy sector, I would say.
Okay, so play to the strengths of women, basically, is what you're saying that we should embrace. Thanks, Carlo, for that. Let's turn to Wei. We haven't heard you yet, Wei. So Wei Huang from the International Atomic Energy Agency, close to me here in Vienna. So Wei, maybe you can share a little bit more on what role gender equality plays in your organization. How do you enhance diversity and increase gender balance in the energy sector? And how maybe as well, how can we increase women's interest in this field, in the clean energy sector?
Thank you very much. This is Huang Wei from International Atomic Energy Agency. We based in Vienna. Actually, we are part of this preparation of the coming Vienna Energy Forum. So I'm happy to be invited to participate today's. I heard a lot of the quite valuable inputs from other panelists already. And just talking about our organization, we are intergovernmental organization specialized in the nuclear area. So the gender issue, gender equality issue has always been our priority on our senior management agenda for decades. And I heard some points made already by previous speakers and panelists. And I just want to mention a few points, including I think a few other has been already mentioned, including the strong leadership. This is very critical, especially in the organization. For example, I can give you example. Our Grossi has been a strong advocate for gender equality and the empowerment of the women for many years, even before he joined the agency. He's a member of the committee of the International Gender Champion Network. And also he joined, he was accepted by this new International Gender Champion Global Board last December, and reflect his great determination to support the gender equality. And after assuming his office, he launched the Marie Curie Fellowship Program, and also adopted special measures for achievement of gender parity in the professional and the higher categories at the agency. And the difference between this leadership and the previous one, actually, he set a very clear objective with the clear timeline for achieving the gender parity. That's by 2025, to have a 50% of women in this professional and the higher categories in our professional staff. So that reflects his determination and for that one. And that he also actively encouraged not only the agency senior management and also the member states to consider the gender balance of their activities and the candidates. The second point is about we should have a very clear organizational strategy and the policy and action plan. So agency has established clear strategy, policy, and gender parity, and the relevant activity plan help to promote the gender equality and the raise awareness and the visibility and on gender issues, and those inspire the younger generation to explore the educational and professional opportunities in science and technology consistency. The third point is about the tangible action. You should have something to help the policy, transfer the policy into achievable objectives. So one of the things actually agency has been doing is to mainstream the gender consideration in all its relevant program activities, increase the representation of women in agencies' conferences, seminars, workshops, and also promote the involvement of women and scientists in coordination research. The third thing is about establishing the enabling environment. I recall Noah just mentioned in your presentation in the scene setting talk. You talk about the issue, the maternity leave, and that is actually exactly what the agency is doing. We create some good enabling environment, including the flexible working hours and the full payment fertility leave, and also some other policy taking into account special needs of women when they work in their position, and also they have to take into their responsibility of the family. So this is actually very also critical and practical policy implemented by the agency. The fourth one is about improving female representation in the professional higher category. I already mentioned. During our recruitment, special attention has been given to well-qualified women candidates in the process, in the recruitment process, to ensure in case of the comparable qualification and the suitability, women will be given a due consideration. And also we have the close engagement with our member states in identifying qualified candidates. And also we established internal joint advisory subcommittee, focal point on gender consent. And also each department has its own focal point to periodically assess the gender issue and the challenge, and to come up some kind of a recommendation to resolve them. And also some other activities, including the career seminar for students at different levels. And the last but not least is also important. It's internal and external communication on gender issues. So we use all different agents to promoting these issues, including using the Women's Days each year to set a high-level seminar, a workshop to highlight this one, and also participate international discussion to address this issue. So many activity has been going on in the agency. I will stop here and give the back floor to the moderator here. Thank you.
Thanks, Val. Very impressive what the current leadership is doing at the agency. And I'd like to switch now a little bit more to how we can get more women in leadership positions and the role that networking, mentoring, and role models can play. And I saw that a number of you had highlighted that you wanted to share your thoughts on this. So if I can have Sandra, Ripu, and Pierre, and others, if they want to share their thoughts and opinions on that, that would be great. Looking at the time, it would be good if we can have them crisp and short, the interventions. But maybe Sandra, if you can say a few words first on that, and then followed by Ripu and Pierre on the same question. Sandra.
Yes, thank you. Yes, for sure. I will try to make it as short as possible. Well, we think that, for example, in my organization, in Red VEF, we have tailored an intervention model of 4 levels. We try to work with at the level of organizations, at the level of society, on the legal framework, and for sure with young women. And this methodology allows us to promote this transformational change and improve human development and try to foster collective changes. And that's why we perform and organize activities such as workshops, webinars, training sessions, study tours, which aim to give voice to our members and promote practical experiences. It's not just like speaking about women and just trying to tell them like, okay, you can do it. That's not enough. What we need to do is to foster transformational changes, and that's why we perform a lot of raising awareness activities, because we think that we need new paradigms from women and men working together here in the renewable energy sector. So we develop skills. We try to develop power skills, that's how we call them, power skills, to combine technical learning and soft skills through mentoring, coaching, networking, and capitalizing the strength of knowledge and experience with youth's energy. So we believe that empowerment is not an isolated outcome given just by spontaneous generation. So it's neither automatically given by the gathering of women, and it requires these individual but also collective changes, so women can become agents of change in this energy transition.
Thanks. Ripu, if you can expand on that or share your perspective on that.
No, I just feel I think the kind of role that mentorship and networking plays, I think we are doing a lot right now. I mean, in the last 5 years that we have tried, we have looked at a lot of networks that have come up who are sharing knowledge and the successes. But I think we need to step up a little and celebrate the successes of women leadership like never before. Why I say that, I mean, it's really inspiring to see someone like Nora for other budding entrepreneurs or women entrepreneurs and others in the value chain. And it is not just for her. We can have Madam Kamala Harris in every other organization, right? It can be a Prime Minister of New Zealand in a little town or a little organization. I think we need to be open up a little and be receptive to such examples, and what it actually does is it uplifts psychologically the morale, the encouragement, and the motivation in the audience who are looking at such leaders. I mean, it has to be women. More than men, it has to be women in that case who get celebrated, because for men it comes, I mean, unconsciously or whatever bias it is. I mean, we see men leaders all over. While we do have women leaders as well, but it's just that we need to bring them up for celebration for others to follow. That's where I'll stop, I guess.
Great. Pierre, if you want to come in here, please.
Yes, for sure. Well, I think that there's two basic things that need to be done. First of all, is there's obviously the awareness. Women are maybe not exposed as much as the clean energy opportunities, so they have to be made more aware of it. It's obviously a passionate field, and if they're exposed at a younger age on the subject, on the topic, then they're going to be more encouraged on this. Then you need to create the facilities, the capacities for them to join in. And it's by education, obviously. So bringing more women into the legal field, into the engineering field and all that, so they can have the skills to join it. And thirdly, you have to enforce at some point or to push for making the changes. So by having positive discrimination, having more women to be included into different initiatives, then you bring the opportunities to them and they feel more empowered to come in and then start this transition. So I think by those three things, you will encourage more the inclusion of women within the field. It will not be done rapidly because obviously there's a huge bias at the beginning. So you cannot just transform it in a day and just say by next year, we're going to be equally represented in any field. You need these steps and you need to give them the opportunities, not only on the education side, but as well as far as the jobs that are offered to focus on including more and bringing them into this very passionate field of activities, which is, in our case, clean energy development.
Thanks, Pierre. Before we move on to the third area of best practices, Nora, Natalia, do you want to add something to this particular topic on opportunities you see? And/or on the last question that was addressed by some of the other panelists?
Just quickly, Marco, thank you so much. One of the things that I think is very important and everybody is discussing about this is about like communications and, you know, disseminate this message that we're working on this, not because this is fair or because it's a cute topic, it's because it makes sense. And at the end, if we don't socialize what are the benefits of working with women, for women and all that, I mean, this change is never going to come. So I will stop here. Thank you.
Okay. Nora?
Yeah, it's quite, so much has been said, and I like how much it's quite important for us to be fully aware. But, you know, sometimes we're actually not really aware. I think that's where the unconscious bias comes in. And what we do here in Kenya with my fellows is that we actually educate institutions on what the gender mainstreaming policy means. Like we go step by step, dissecting it and defining it and just telling them, hey, you need to take. This is what you need to include in your HR programs or whatever program that you are, just to ensure that you're not really unconsciously excluding the women. And it takes a lot of inclusive leadership structures and permissive leadership structures for all those to be embraced and for it to trickle down from the top to the bottom. So at the end of the day, it's not going to be a one-day process, but then it has to be a continuous improvement and a continuous addition into how a leadership should actually contribute to more women actually being embraced, not just in the energy sector, but also through just sectors across the board.
Yeah, and if I can just bring in a personal experience here, I mean, as I mentioned in the beginning, I work for PFAN, which is the Private Financing Advisory Network, which is a network of advisors that work with entrepreneurs. And what we see as well is that I think what resonates well, what makes big impact is if you can not only focus on it's doing good, but it makes a lot of business sense as well to have this gender diversity at all levels in companies, and especially also at leadership. Because there's more and more research coming out that proves that it creates better companies, better economies, I mean, better world, basically. And again, I think there's a lot of evidence coming out here that having a diverse management structure makes companies more innovative. They know better they can better respond to what their customers are asking for. And of course, a lot of customers in terms of energy access in developing world that are women and who are the biggest beneficiaries of the energy transition, you could argue. So I think this element of focusing on both doing good as well as focusing on this element of making a lot of business sense to do this resonates, I think, well also with with the male part of the companies to make their companies better and embrace it. So let's move to the last part of the discussion, which is on best practices. Just like to invite you all to share some of examples that you have of policies or programs that have put in place at your various institutions that have addressed this development successfully and lead to results, because of course that's in the end what we're all looking for to make an impact. So anyone wants to raise their hand first to pick this question? I think Wei is raising his hand, so Wei, please take the floor.
Thank you, Marco. I just take this chance to elaborate a little bit what I just mentioned in my previous intervention. I mentioned this Marie Curie Fellowship Program. This is actually one of the recent efforts launched by our DG GROCI last March on the occasion of the Women's Day, in order to address this the existing the gender gap in the nuclear field. So this initiative starts, as I mentioned, last March, and draw quite attention from international community. And within a short period of time, we received 550 applicants from about 100 member states to apply this one. The essence of this fellowship is we set up this fellowship to support 100 female students who will pursue their master degree in the nuclear science fields. So we will this fellowship will cover both tuition and also the living cost. So with this kind of incentive effort, we hope we can improve this gender parity issue from the origin, because you cannot expect things change dramatically in a day. So you need to start from the early time. So that's why we set up this fellowship program. So we actually receive a lot of interest and also a lot of generous contribution from our member states to support this one. I'm the co-chair of the steering committee of this initiative, and by the end of last year, the first 100 students were selected. The offer has been given. So this program will continue with the support of our member state and the nuclear industry worldwide. So we believe this could be very useful for improve this gender parity in the nuclear area. Thank you.
Thanks, Wei. That's a great example of a successful initiative. Anyone else wants to share one? I see Carlo and then I see Pierre as well raising their hand. Carlo, let's start with you.
Yeah, Marco, organizationally wise, in Enel since 2015, we have a dedicated global structure that is focused on diversity and inclusion, generally speaking, where gender balance and empowering women within the organization and the local communities where we operate is a primary focus. So in the last year, we reinforced, for example, our commitment towards STEMs, with a strong collaboration between the people and organization and the global digital solutions functions within the group, by launching a number of communication and mentorship actions internally and externally, as well as by actively participating in organizations and communities that are dealing with the women leadership, both in the sector and generally speaking in the business. Another important step that was taken in the last October, we decided to open a new structure in our people and organization function, and that is the Innovability People and Organization unit that I have the honor to lead. In this way, we created a strong link between the innovation in HR practices and the sustainability of the related processes and targets, including the ones referring to gender balance, keeping a close look at the implementation of the just transition strategy. So we are trying to have a holistic view of the gender balance challenges framed in the just transition objectives. And our aspiration aspiration, I would say, is to make all our effort in this area converge toward a unique objective in the next 3 years. That is to make Enel more and more as what we call the place to be and to bloom for women. Taking the example of Nora, without letting, discontinuities in the normal life cycle, of a woman, of a professional woman in a company, to create a disadvantage in the career path and on the aspiration that our colleagues, women colleagues have and have to have.
Thank you, Pierre, and then Natalia, and then I think we slowly need to wrap up and go back to the plenary afterwards. We need to be back in the plenary at in 6 minutes from now. But Pierre, please.
Perfect. Well, thank you. And in a nutshell, I just wanted to present 2 examples. One is the Canadian International Development Strategy, which is called the Feminist Strategy, which includes with every project they finance, it has to be focused on gender equality. So that's a pretty big step for any major donor to actually include such a policy within their framework. So every project where Canada is involved as far as aid has to include a gender focus, and it's called the feminist policy. That's pretty impressive. What I wanted to mention is the project we've done in West Africa on energy justice. One of the things we've done is essentially gather the biggest data about the women's situation in the energy sector for all West African country, which is the start of anything. If you don't have data, then you cannot really manage it. And the second thing is, out of that data, we made conclusion and presented it to, we had researchers. So now we have people looking within university at that subject. So we increase the interest and we increase the research on that topic. And the results were presented at the highest level of the countries participating, meaning at the level of the ministries. So now we're including it at the policy level. Not only that we have the data on the ground, we have researchers who are looking at the subject, but now we have policymakers who are actually made aware of the situation, and that's the fundamental start. If you're not aware, you're not going to make any changes, and hopefully by then you can start building and requesting changes at the policy level that can have a real impact on the ground. So I think that project that we developed for IDRC, and would welcome to share the results with any of you who are interested, it was a very nice step in the region of the world that really needs such innovation about equality of gender.
Great, thanks, Pierre. Natalia, if you can come in, and then I think then we have maybe a few more minutes left for some recommendations if people want to share them, so I can pass them on in the plenary. But floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Really quickly, beyond mentorship, internships, and working through all the women's life cycle, I think it is important to how we measure this and how we are proven this is actually providing some impacts. I think we're going to have 2 sets of results at the end, the short term, that's actually having more women integrated in the sector, but the other one is the reduction of poverty, increases of development, and of course, improving people's lives at the end. So there's a lot of sets of indicators and how can we do that, but actually, defining them with the right measurements and being smart indicators is key for us to keep working on this sense effectively and efficiently. Thank you.
Okay.
You covered that. I'm a monitoring and evaluation specialist here, so that was the next thing that I was going to say. That unless you measure it, you're not going to progress anywhere. So I think it's really important to draft a result framework around whatever we are doing. So yeah.
Okay. I think it's a nice link to the recommendations, and clearly that, I think one key thing is to make sure that we measure it, because otherwise we cannot manage it. As the saying goes, any other recommendations that anyone of you, as Sandra raising hand, want to share before we move back to the plenary? Sandra, please.
Yes, it is important to ensure a deep theoretical knowledge and conceptual understanding of gender. Otherwise, we may be replicating sexist attitudes or worsening the problem, which is not an individual problem, but a systemic and a structural one. Thank you.
Okay, so clear on what we're talking about. Carlo?
One last comment. I was thinking about STEMs and attracting women towards these disciplines. Let's remember that as a sector, the energy industry with the energy transition, the climate change, has an amazing opportunity, because we can attract them not for the fact that STEM disciplines are appealing in themselves, but because they can have a purpose-driven choice in selecting to work and to bring their knowledge and their effort in this industry, because we have the opportunity to change the world towards a better future. So the purpose-driven choice for women can be the key to attract more people, more women towards the STEM discipline.
Great. Yeah, please come.
Just a very final comment. I mean, gender equality is not a women's issue; it's everybody's issue. And if we don't work with men, I mean, we are sharing the panel with few men that are like champions in this topic. If we don't work with them, I mean, this is not going to work anywhere. So I think that is like the first recommendation that, and the most important one that I think it is, we should keep working with men. Thank you.
It's an equal panel here today. We have 50% men and women.
Yes,
so that's what it is. Yeah,
Great.
I think it's high time we walk the talk. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly, and I'm happy to see the men being as vocal as the women on the topic. So that's well, back to your point in terms of. Hopefully we can be a role model for the rest of the world to have both men and women advocating the issue. I think we are running out of time, unfortunately. I think we could have talked much longer. Brings me to thank you for your participation to this panel. Invite you to come back to the plenary where the different breakout groups will kind of share with the other audiences what was discussed and some key recommendations. Once again, thank you very much, and see you back in the plenary.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good morning, good evening, wherever you may be in the world. It's good to see you. Thank you for joining this session. It's the breakout session, group 3, room 3, for enabling environment. We'll be focusing on youth, right? Towards the clean energy transition. As Nora and Simbo have said in the plenary session, it's important for this group of people, women and youths especially, as Nora focused on. It's important for us to be involved in clean energy transition, for us to get to that level where we want to be in the next, say by 2030. Hi, Jaichen. So without further ado, I'll be introducing us to the panelists, my amazing panelists who are ready. I can see them. I can see Samuel Afadu. Samuel Afadu is from Light My World International. Is the founder of Light My World International Ghana. And we have with us also David Otui from REA Nigeria, Rural Electrification Agency. We have with us Tracy Crowley. Tracy Crowley is the Chief of Staff and Director of Internal Programs at SE4 Hall. We also have with us Ponsho. Ponsho is the founder of the clean tech startup Yellow Beast in South Africa. And we also have with us Jaichen. Jaichen, are you with us?
No.
Could you turn on your video?
Yeah.
All right. We have with us Jaichen. Jaichen is from Clear Plate in China. Jaichen is the founder of Clear Plate, as I've mentioned. We also have with us Esther Wanza. Esther Wanza is an energy impact mentor, business mentor. And also we have with us Anurag. Anurag is the lead of partnerships at Seed Space Asia. We also, also we have with us, okay, I've mentioned David already. All right, without wasting too much of your time, everyone. The session is quite straightforward. We have about 50 minutes to discuss whatever it is we want to say today. And, I would implore my panelists to, be short and brief and straightforward, right? You have about 3 to 5 minutes to answer questions. And after that, I would give about 5 to 7 minutes for everyone to give us their key recommendations and takeaway, after which we'll go back to the plenary session, and then I'll give a brief overview of what we discussed here today. So moving on. My first question, it's about the barriers that youth face, entering into the clean energy sector and advancing in the sector. Anurag, would you try to, would you like to tell us about some of these barriers that you've seen based on your experience in the clean energy sector?
Absolutely. Can you hear me clearly?
Yeah, sure.
Hi everyone, and thank you, Israel, and for having me for the panel. I think one thing that I have noticed with the youth of opportunity, sometimes I think most of the times the lack of experience creates a bias, that if youth is not experienced enough, how will they perform? How will they really succeed? And I think this whole mindset about that if we fail is sometimes lacks people to invest into youth. I think what we need to do is really embrace this whole idea of it's okay even if we fail, but we need to definitely give chance for youth to engage into the clean energy sector and provide the necessary mentorship they need. So yeah, lack of mentoring opportunities where you can pair them up, youth and mentors, experienced mentors, is one barrier that I have seen, but there are a lot of great and that are enabling and working on this issue where they connect aspiring clean energy, clean tech entrepreneurs to the experienced mentors or entrepreneurs who have been successful or who can share what they have done good, like what they have done, and learn from their own, from their mistakes. So that's one thing I wanted to highlight, and I will let others speak.
All right, interesting. Samuel, do you want to talk about that? Being an entrepreneur yourself, what were the barriers you faced when you were trying to enter into the sector?
Okay, well, thank you very much, Israel, for the question, and hello to everyone. As Israel said, I'm Samuel, and I lead a non-governmental agency in Ghana, which is basically Light My World International. What we do is provide energy access to the rural communities within Ghana who are not on the grid. So basically, the hardcore grassroots organization, grassroots people. These are the people that we serve. So, for instance, we have a project which is like Light to Read project, and we provide solar lamps, LED lamps, for most of these school children to be able to use it to study at night. Of course, this helps them to stop using the kerosene lamps, of course, the various candles and stuff that we all know. And it's been a great impact to them in their education levels. And of course, moving on to the next phase. Back to your question, I mean, entering the energy space is really, really hard because of the fact that, of course, I mean, it's capital intensive and it needs a lot of funds for you to be able to get into the space. Talk about, I mean, if you even want to, you are an engineering student yourself or engineering background and you want to build the solar PV systems, these are really expensive and you need a huge capital for you to be able to start your manufacturing or your workshop studio. Myself, I mean, looking at being in the distribution or providing the access to the last mile delivery, of course, it also need money. It needs money. So it's really hard because if you don't have access to money, access to finance, as most of the speakers in the plenary talk about, it's very hard for you to be able to penetrate into the market and to be able to kickstart your initiative and for your initiative to move on. So that is, I mean, one point I was.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, Samuel. Tracy, anything you want to add? What are the barriers you've noticed, that has been inhibiting youth participation in the clean energy space?
Well, good information from everyone so far, and just a little more additional information. Yeah, for Sustainable Development Goal 7 on energy access, I think there's really just a lack of awareness. We have a lot of young people that are already engaged in climate change and climate discussions and activism and seeking and doing work around climate change, but probably less around energy and energy access in particular. So we really want to be able to provide space for youth in the energy sector, and that includes providing mentorship, providing internships, providing opportunities for people that are just coming into the workforce. The other thing to really touch on, I think, this is not the gender session, this is the youth session, but there is a gender bias that we also have to be aware of that sometimes precludes women in particular from participating in the energy sector. And there's the cultural bias about girls and women pursuing careers in STEM and doing more technical things. So I think we also really do need to address that as well. But at SC for All, we're really looking at engaging youth through the events that we hold, but also looking at opportunities in our organization that's bringing on internships, looking and reaching out to universities and technical programs, and trying to find ways to both bring skill sets in-house, develop skill sets in-house, and also do mentorship programs to help people advance in their careers from moving from the beginning stage to leadership positions as well.
All right, thank you. So Poncho, so in leading, being a leader in the clean energy space, for you to able to contribute to that space and also benefit from it, right? As a young person, what are the challenges that a young person might face?
So thank you for the platform. Just a brief history of what I've been doing so far. I run a clean tech research and development organization called Yellow Beast P2 Ltd that commercializes clean tech ideas. And one such idea is Nose. It's a product that we're developing for commercial purposes. And basically it uses the sun's energy to help conserve water and soil in food production. So one of the challenges that I've really come across is that access to financing is big, but when you look at how innovative financing mechanisms can be developed, like I entered a lot of competitions in my time. I entered competitions since the day I was like, where am I going to get money to put this idea out there? And one of the things that helped with is it gets you out there. For instance, the first ever big amount of cash that my project won was close to R500,000 in our local currency. And what that did is it opened doors for organizations that are state-backed, like the Water Research Commission here in South Africa and Technology Innovation Agency in South Africa, to and start inviting me to some of the events where they had networking sessions. And that's how I got to overcome some of these challenges: access to finance, access to networks, and the like. So I really think, which is actually one of the things, I think I did send you a question about that, Israel, asking what some of the mechanisms are in other countries to overcome these barriers. Because my experiences have taught me that it takes showing up, it takes taking a little bit of effort and just giving it a go at a random competition. It could be in your country, it could be from another country, but just giving it a go. You never know what might happen. But over and above those challenges, I have faced them, but to overcome them, it really had to take a mindset shift, because as I participate, I realize that other people start to change their mindset as well. They start to see that, oh, but there is potential in this. There is a way that some other people can contribute to the success of a young person. And I think that's what it's about.
All right. Esther, as an energy business mentor, I'm sure you would have seen been in contact with a lot of young entrepreneurs in the clean energy space. what has been the typical challenges that they report that they face?
Thank you so much, Israel. Can you hear me? Okay,
Yes,
thank
I
you.
can.
So my name is Esther Wanza from Kenya, an energy business mentor working for Energy for Impact. Yeah, it's true. I've interacted with many young entrepreneurs in most rural parts of central and eastern Kenya. Most of them in the clean cooking and clean fuels value chains. And the most troubling part of for most entrepreneurs in Kenya is mainly there isn't an enabling environment for them to work in. If you look at the regulatory framework, there are not clear policies for entrepreneurs in general in Kenya to do their businesses. And also looking at the standards, there are no standards for clean energy sector in Kenya. Most of the standards which have been developed, most of them were developed a long time ago, and you find that people struggle in their businesses to know which type of products to produce. People are doing poor quality products, and if you look, if you come up with an innovation and it's so hard to access to standards and to get approvals for your products. The other bit is financing, which is a main issue for entrepreneurs. And this runs across most businesses. But for young people getting into the market to get funds, it's really an issue in not only in Kenya, but in Africa and in the global landscape.
All right, thank you. Now, despite these challenges, right? I'm a great believer in the fact that where there are challenges, there are so much more opportunities, right? Challenges is just like the neighbor of opportunities, right? So having this mindset, I would like to ask you, Anurag, how do you think we can boost youth participation in the workforce? You know, how can we unleash their enthusiasm, their creativity, and make sure that we enhance their visibility in the clean energy space?
Thanks, Israel. I think as many of you mentioned, I think when it comes to opportunities, giving them access to the platform where they can showcase their ideas and how they can transform, like their ideas into potential businesses is one way to kind of see what young people can bring on the table, making them participate into mainstream policy related discussions, how they can contribute through their. So in a nutshell, what is very important here to remember is that opening the doors is our responsibility for young people, whether it's an institution, whether it's an individual, in a position where you can influence the decision making, how we are proactively, involving young people into the conversations that are primarily dominated by the most, like the people, or I will say the leaders who have been into this space for a long time and always think that they know everything about it. So a lot of times it's both sides of the coin. You will see some incredible leaders who create and facilitate this environment where young people are participating. We recently, I want to quote an example here. Right now, as I speak, and earlier in November, December, we conducted, two climate innovation labs with CTCN and UNEP, UNIDO, and UNFCCC together with Seed Stars and Sofim, giving young people in Africa and Asia Pacific chance to work on, climate action, building climate tech solutions, and share their ideas. So almost 200 people participated in this program from all over Africa and Asia Pacific. sharing their ideas and building these ideas around climate action. So some of them were, if I can quickly give you an idea, people worked on community-based smart microgrids. People worked on how they can bridge the access of renewable energy in rural communities across Africa. How they can offset, how they can do carbon offset, creating a platform for that. So there were a variety of ideas that young people came up with, and they developed the business models around it. Now they will continue working on these solutions. So why I'm sharing this story here is, this example is what the difference between me and someone could be just the lack of opportunity. If you create that, if you facilitate that for them, they are bound to succeed. And even if they fail, it's okay. So I think that's where I will end. And I think this platform for me, when I see a lot of young people also participating here, this is an absolutely great way to engage, and listen to the voice of youth. So
yeah, thank you for that thought, Anu. So David, in Nigeria, right? I'm bringing this this scenario because you could remember the NSAS period, right, in Nigeria. For many people on the panel that do not know, there was this protest in Nigeria last year where the youth were clamoring for change. Like, they were basically saying, you guys need to involve us in what you're doing, right? And it went really viral. Now, how can we capitalize on the transformative power that youth entrepreneurship presents in the clean energy space? How can we, make them, how can we address the issues of lack of access to productive and adequate resources, right? That we can, educate them, train them, provide finance for them, give them access to technology, and, also include them in our policy making. How can we go about
that? Thank you, Israel. And first of all, I totally agree with Anurag. The opportunities, it makes a whole lot of difference when you have the opportunity to explore your innovative ideas, to explore and push out your innovative ideas. Currently, we're still lacking a structured system for harnessing and deploying innovative ideas. Especially in developing countries, even in Nigeria here. So I'll say the major problem now is also access to funds. It's good to take a go at it, like Tocho said earlier, but most of us entrepreneurs in the energy space are currently just out in the cold. So it's difficult to take a go at it because there's no access to finance, there's no access to mentorship, which is also very, very important because information plays a critical role. So I would say creating policies around that creates a structured system that allows energy entrepreneurs to put in their ideas and understand that they actually have backings, financial backing, mentorship, and a favorable policy, that would help them push out ideas. The problems are there, the problems are there in the energy sector that we need entrepreneurship ideas to solve. But the entrepreneurs currently are a bit out in the cold. We need a lot more structure to it, especially in the area of policies. And of course, it's not just the government thing. Both the government and the private sector needs to also collaborate to make this happen. Yeah.
Collaboration. All right. There has to be a synergy between the private sector and government. Jaichun, far in China, I believe these problems also exist in China, right? How can you, as a private sector leader, a young person in the private sector, for instance, how can you, provide solutions to these some of these barriers that we have mentioned today? How do you think you can do that, and then extend it to other young people like you in the private sector? Is Jaichun with us?
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, but we can't see you.
Thank you. Thank you, Israel. I'm Jichun from China, and I'm running ClearPlate app This is an app that reduces food waste. Right now, we have nearly 5 million users in China. I think for this question, how can we boost youth participation? I think youth for social enterprise, this offers a great path for young people. And actually, it has become a new trend. Before, maybe a for-profit or for non-profit seems an either-or choice, but right now, more young people have joined to establish social enterprise or join a social enterprise, because this generation of young people are more willing to choose a career in line with their own mission. And I think social enterprise is the way to make impact without requiring its leaders or its member to sacrifice their careers or compensation along the way. And at the same time, young people's abilities will also be improved during this journey. So I believe more young people will join social entrepreneurship and make contributions to the society and to SDGs while also achieve their own development and success. I think social enterprise is that solution, but you know, social enterprise also need a lot of something like policy or some training centers, something like this. Yeah. Thank you.
True. Thank you. Yeah, like that makes sense. Social enterprise, you know, you make money while giving impact, right? Making impact. And so this brings me to Tracy, right? Given your work at SE for All, you know, what do you think are the ingredients, the things we need to put together, you know, to create these policies and decision-making processes that would involve youth participation in clean energy transition?
So we've got to get leaders, of course, to start paying attention to youth. That's the biggest thing in terms of you know, the policy side. There is a tendency to discount the voice of youth when you get into government, for example, and leadership in government in particular. I think there's more efforts being made to engage youth and to hear their voices, but it's understanding that the views, the perspectives, the knowledge of youth is, you know, exceptionally worthwhile, and it's making sure that we're listening to those voices and listening to those perspectives, and then, you know, just a couple of other things to touch on here in terms of the opportunities. It really is about capacity building. It's about skill development for youth and for women. You know, I mentioned before internship programs. That really is a gateway for youth to learn the skills to enter the energy sector. And internship programs in government, in particular, I think can be really interesting to develop the policy knowledge and exchange the views within government and to youth. You know, at SE for All, you know, we're trying to build internship programs, looking at matchmaking efforts as well with employers and young people that are preparing for careers in the energy sector and sustainable energy sector in particular. And that's not just in the private sector. I think that's something that we need to look at in government as well, is how do we make that matchmaking work for government? So identifying the needs in government, identifying the skills and the youth that are available and enthusiastic about entering government, focusing on policy, and helping provide opportunities for them to enter the workforce in government and in private sector as well. And then mentorships, you know, I did want to touch on mentorships a little bit further. You know, one of the things that SE for All that we are doing and have done, we've got a cohort currently, a mentorship cohort that's in progress, and we're partnering with GWINET, the Global Women's Network for Energy Transition, and the Clean Cooking Alliance. And actually, I think Esther was one of our previous mentees in the program that we've been doing on the mentorships. But I think that's, the internships, the mentorships are both really critical to give opportunities to youth and to bring those perspectives to government and to the private sector.
Wow. Okay, Esther, I mean, you know, the mentorship program you went through, what were the things that you could say you picked up from there, and you know that other youths too can learn from, that they can also, you know, say these are the things I need to work towards picking up, right?
So the mentorship program by CFOL and GWNet was mainly to support junior employees, those who are entering the energy space. This is one of the areas many youths face challenge. You join an organization, you don't have the skills or now the experience and the skills on what to do. I mean, the task you're given. So these program really helped me. I was linked to a mentor who is also in the energy sector, someone who is a pioneer and who has had experience in the energy sector, which has really helped me to grow in my career, not only in my career, but also to help other people, because I was able to mentor over 50 entrepreneurs in the rural parts of Kenya who have been able to grow their businesses through this mentorship program. I think this is one of the areas which many youth really need to take advantage of, apply for these opportunities, and be linked to someone who has experience in this sector, who knows what steps, which career pathways to undertake, which path is best for them. Someone who can guide them in their entrepreneurial ideas, in their career pathways. Yeah.
Okay. Poncho, you know, you mentioned, you know, you attending lots of competitions and all of that, you know, before you could raise money, right? So aside raising money, were there also, you know, opportunities for entrepreneurs, you know, to have mentors, other resources? Do they give out time to opportunities to, you know, also learn other things that they need aside cash? So, you know, which I believe is also a barrier to youth participation in the sector. So would like to
I
learn
like
from
that because one of the things that I've been fortunate to partake in is the Global Clean Tech Innovation Program. And what that does is it doubles as not only about 40 weeks of entrepreneurial development in clean tech specifically, it also doubles up as a competition towards the end, which I was fortunate to be nominated as a youth category winner. And how that works is you find yourself throughout the process being mentored by someone who is somewhat knowledgeable, as Esther pointed out, that knowledge does help you get a leg up on where you were before to where you could be. And it also helps in future because you end up knowing about so many other networking, investment, sponsorship, whatever opportunities from these kinds of networks, because they are in some ways connected to spaces or people that could otherwise help you, with people dedicating their time to give you guidance, maybe weekly or bi-weekly or whatever, to other competitions that can help you raise maybe another 10K so that you can, you know, develop some part of your prototype or even fund some process, that sort of thing. So one of the things that I would mention is, yeah, it is an important thing to have that access. And in my experience, it really does help. And I think when developing policy based on that principle alone, it should be, you know, taken into cognizance. Yeah.
All right. Samuel, anything you want to add? Any thoughts you want to add?
Yeah, I mean, basically, most of my colleagues have said it all. But of course, I mean, it's great that we need to acknowledge the importance of the youth. I mean, youth have, there's brilliant ideas and brilliant innovation that could be shared. And of course, I mean, this should be given the platform to be able to let it explore. And I think one most important thing is also about trust. I mean, youths need to be able to trust corporates, governments, agencies, and other civil societies. Why am I saying this? I'm saying this because most of the times youth will bring very great ideas, innovations, but then it gets downplayed, it gets downplayed, and then it just being thrown under the bus, and like nothing is being done about it. Of course, even also through this innovation hubs, competitions, some innovations of youth also get, just to borrow the term, get stolen, and by the time you see this innovation is on the market, and even the corporate is not recognizing the effort of the youth. So if we're able to build such trust so that the youth will know that, yes, I'm able to trust this government, these leaders, the proposals I'm going to take to them, they're going to implement it, I think we're going to see more and more and more youth making sure that they are fruiting for the development of the local communities, and also making sure that everything is going on well. So the other part is also like we have a level playing field for both the youth and the adults. I was just saying previously, just in the comment, that yes, sometimes for me, in most part of Africa, you get downplayed again. Because there is a notion that always the elderly is right, which I think this is something that needs to be changed. The youth have enormous potential, and then once we have this level playing field, that yes, I'm a youth, I'm capable of making action, I'm capable of making an impact in my community, and we get a backing of the elderly, the backing of the community members, the backing of the government agency, then we'll be able to move forward and in a very grand style. So these are the little points that I will highlight about here.
Okay, thank you. David, as well,
I mean,
anything you want to add?
The only way for a smooth energy transition is the way of the youth anyway. That's what I believe, because there are a lot of ideas out there. There are a lot of solid ideas. I mean, at REA, Rural Electrification Agency in Nigeria, we specifically and deliberately create, a structure to harness youthful ideas. And we also enable them to participate in most of our programs. I think I'll be sharing my thoughts on that, as we go along specifically on this program.
Yeah, okay, all right. Yeah, thank you, David. Before I move on, audience, if you're in this breakout session, once again, you're welcome to the Enabling Environment for Youth breakout session. And we would implore you to type in your questions in the chat box if you have one or two questions for our speakers, our panelists. If time permits us, we'll be able to take one or two of those questions. Now, moving on to like David was about sharing some of the best practices that have been in place. Looking at it from REA Nigeria's perspective, what are the examples of policies and programs that you have put in place in your institution to empower you?
Thank you, Israel. Like I said, it's very important for us to continue to be deliberate with the way we harness youthful ideas in this space. At REA, there's one of our programs that we call the Energizing Education Program. It's a very interesting program at REA, because through this program we actually energize universities and teaching hospitals in Nigeria. So what we've done is that we've set up a STEM, an EEP STEM program, where we engage students in those universities to be a part of the construction phase, building those mini grids. Because what we do is to build mini grids at the universities. So instead of just using the professionals, what we do is that we actually bring in students from those beneficiary universities, and then we get them through proper training, and we get them to participate in the construction phase of building the mini grids. So throughout that phase, they're able to learn a lot about the energy sector, and they're able to consume a lot of technical knowledge that, and they are, after this program, they're actually certified. We provide certificate and mentorship going forward. Another one, there's another interesting program we're setting up specifically for this. It's called the innovation hub at the REA as well. So the reason why we set this up is to is to avoid the wastage of ideas and innovative thoughts in Nigeria, because especially in the energy space. Because what we've found is that if we go on our day-to-day activities, we notice that a lot of people post their ideas on social media. I'm sure you must have bumped into a lot of prototypes on social media yourself, Israel. They share short videos and thoughts.
Yeah,
very interesting videos, but most of these guys are just out in the cold. You know, they don't even know how to direct, who to meet up to take their ideas from prototype to market. And most of these ideas are actually very valid. So what we've done at REA is to set up an innovation and startup program, which we'll be launching for the first quarter of 2021. We'll leave it open and make sure that every single Nigerian youth who has an idea in the energy sector actually can reach us with their ideas, and we actually provide seed funding to take up their ideas. So we are gradually creating a structured system where youth in the sector can have access to us, and they can have access to quality mentorship. They can have access to, we help them to develop viable business ideas, and then we get funding as well.
Okay. Yeah. If you hold that thought, so far you've mentioned all these programs and all these fantastic opportunities for youths. How have you been able to measure success of these programs? What would you say? What's the success rate, and how do you measure
I'll
those
start with
success
the EEP. The EEP is a STEM. We are using a STEM system to actually empower these students, those interns. And as a matter of fact, Tracy was particular about the gender side of this earlier on. The EEP program currently is a gender-based program. So we created that specifically for female students at all these universities. Funny enough, whenever we post the impact that these ladies are making in their respective universities, the male folks come fighting. They come out fighting like, what's happening? But for very valid reasons, we've made it a female only. We're trying to broaden the scope this year to accommodate male interns as well. But so far, what we've found is that after this term internship that these students go through, they actually go beyond that to join institutions, renewable energy institutions. So we've done it in such a way that they are able to even become trainers. They're able to become trainers of, other students within their faculties, within their departments. So they go beyond that as much as they get certified. They also have valuable knowledge to go beyond that and set up their own agencies. And so far, but on the innovation and startup program that we're kicking off this 2021 first quarter, the idea is simple. It's just to make sure that we create a window for.
We don't have too much time, David.
So we create a window for entrepreneurs in the sector to have access to funding as well as mentorship. Yeah.
Okay. Jaichen, anything you want to add? Are there examples of policies and programs, at your institution that you've put in place to enhance youth participation? Or Jichen? Jichen, are you with us? Seems we lost Jichen. Tracy, do you want to take
would absolutely love to. Jichen is online. Maybe he can go first, and then I'll come in because I do want to highlight something that SE for All is doing.
All right. Jichen, you can go ahead, but please be brief. We're not hearing you. Is it just me?
Let's send him a text.
Is
You're
anyone
muted.
hearing
No,
Jichen?
he's mute.
Jichen, you're muted. Oh, your mic is playing tricks on you. Tracy, why Jichen is figuring out, in technical
All right.
issues. Tracy,
So one
you
thing I
can
do want
go
to
on.
highlight, SE for All is hosting its first ever SE for All Youth Summit. And this is coming up very soon in February, the 9th through the 11th of February. For us, it really is critical that we bring youth voices to the challenge of achieving Sustainable Development Goal 7 by 2030. We're running out of time. And we need the youth voices, their perspectives, skills, knowledge. You're the leaders of tomorrow, and we need you involved. And that's why we're doing this youth summit. And there's going to be opportunities to connect youth across the globe. So there's networking, academic opportunities, career opportunities that will be part of this youth summit. So we really hope all of you will be involved in that, and I'll put the link in the chats as well.
All right, thank you. So finally, before we go, I would like to, ask each of the panelists to, give us a takeaway, something we can go home with today, a recommendation for us. I'll start with David. In, one sentence, probably. David.
Israel, my recommendation is simple and direct. So energy entrepreneurs, network as much as possible, both on and offline. It's very, very important. Grab every single opportunity you can.
All right. Okay, Samuel.
Yeah,
any takeaway you want to give?
Great. Well, one thing is to, of course, to engage, and of course, just want to ensure the government to also listen, because during the pandemic, it's been clear youth has enormous capacity to be able to lead, and of course, the potential for active engagement of the youth is really, really needed. So, of course, the time is action, and this is the time for youth, and of course, we need to engage, we need to take action, and then we will see a better world for ourselves.
I was actually gonna type that out, but let me just say it. So one of the things that keeps recurring as a thought in a lot of networking platforms in different parts of the world is the idea of silo mentality, where just because we're on a platform that is initiated by international organizations like the United Nations Industrial Development Organizations, doesn't mean we should overlook others that are initiated by some countries which might have the ability to, assume the risk of imparting knowledge and skills and networking opportunities to anyone else. For example, I was recently, like in the previous year, throughout lockdown, part of a networking initiative by the United Kingdom's International Tech Hub Network. I'm just typing it out there. They've got several opportunities that are out there for entrepreneurs, including in countries like Kenya, Nigeria, and South Africa. And those are some of the platforms that I happened to participate in, fortunately. And I'm just willing to share that and put that out there. There's even others by French organizations. There are others by Swiss organizations. Like I was in a competition against Swiss startups some time ago at the South African Innovation Summit. So there's different kinds of things. And that kind of networking breaks the silos between different organizations. So I think we should keep in mind when we are going forward and taking advantage of platforms. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Esther, your key recommendation.
We are in the last decade of the SDGs implementation, and as youth, we have a role to play. It's the time to take lead in the energy transition agenda. We need to get involved. We need to be included in all the decision-making processes and also in policy-making processes.
Okay.
Yeah. And also cooperation from all the people.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah.
Praise.
Collaboration is key. Yeah.
All right. Yeah, our time is.
Esther said it really well.
Crazy.
The only thing that I would add on top of what she just said is, take advantage of opportunities such as the SE for All Youth Summit that's coming up in February. But we really cannot achieve SDG 7 without the full participation of those who are going to inherit the energy system.
Yeah, thank you everyone for sharing your wonderful insights with us. It's been a wonderful time here. Thank you everyone for joining. My name is Israel Faleye, in case I didn't introduce myself before I started. I'm Israel Faleye from Nigeria. I'm a clean tech entrepreneur as well. I'm the co-founder and CEO of My Solar Bill Limited, Nigeria's premier online solar comparison shop, where we connect pre-verified installers and to customers who want to install solar for their businesses and for their homes. And we also provide multiple financing options on the platform. So thank you very much once again. I would like to implore us to go back to the plenary room so we could continue with the program.
Yes, okay. Well, thank you all and welcome to the session. My name is Sheila Paracha and I'm from the Energia International Network on Gender Sustainable Energy. And it is my great honor to have been invited to moderate this breakout session on enabling environment. And I have moderated the title a little bit. I've said enabling environment for women's economic empowerment. As we just heard in the plenary, women's entrepreneurship exhibits promising economic growth and has the potential to play a critical role in enabling the transition to a green economy. With women's employment rate in renewables being approximately 32%, as we've heard from Irena, compared to 22% in the energy sector overall. Yet we heard from our keynote addresses that we still find that gender perspectives are often overlooked in our policies, and that women's different specific energy needs, experiences, and knowledges are not yet well represented in energy planning. And I think there was an emphasis also made on women as youth. We also note from the COVID-19 pandemic that we are all in the midst of, that there is a disproportionate impact on women because of their, could I kindly ask that if we're not speaking to just mute your mics, please? Thank you, just to eliminate the background noise. Thank you very much. So as I was saying, there's also a disproportionate impact on women during the COVID-19 times because of the women's engagement in the care economy. We find that women are facing greater unemployment and a higher burden as home becomes the center of schooling and of caretaking. These are some of the issues that we explore with our distinguished panelists to explain from their perspectives and experiences the main barriers, opportunities, as well as the best practices that they see to accelerate the enabling environment for women's economic engagement in the clean energy transition. In this regard, I'm very pleased to be joined in the session by Ms. Albir El Said, Minister's Advisors for Funding and Development Projects at Ministry of Trade and Industry, Egypt. Mr. Carrie Max, Special Advisor, Climate Finance Partnership, Global Affairs Canada. Ms. Kavita Sinha, Deputy Director, Division of Mitigation and Adaptation, the Clean Climate Fund. Ms. Marta Lucia, SNAP Head of Employment Branding and responsible for diversity and inclusion programs. Ms. Yasmin Haider, Policy Expert at Austrian Federal Ministry for Climate Action, Environment, Energy, Mobility, Innovation and Technology. Ms. Horia Fazia Sadazada, Director General of Early Childhood Care and Education, Kindergarten at the Ministry of Labor and Social Affairs in Afghanistan, and Mr. Ruben James Barretta, Male Champion of Change. Please excuse my mispronunciation of any of your names, but you're most welcome, and it's a great pleasure for me to engage in you in the discussion that we're going to have in the next hour. I will start by asking 2 questions to our panelists, and I'll kindly ask that you keep your responses to about 3 minutes so that we can, just given the time constraint, we only have about a little bit over an hour to have a discussion. Ms. Abil El Said, please allow me to start with you. From the perspective of a developing country government, how can we fully capitalize on the transformative power of women entrepreneurs, and what measures do you feel need to be taken to effectively address the lack of access to productive resources, including education, training, credit, finance, and technology? The floor is yours, madam.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sheila. I'm really pleased to participate in this session and in such an important forum. From our perspective, women entrepreneurs in Egypt are increasingly empowered in specific sectors such as agribusiness and textiles during the last decade. However, similar to other developing countries, we still have challenges that women entrepreneurs face especially in men-dominated sectors like energy. However, the government took further steps to capitalize on this in the energy sector to support women-owned startups, specifically in solar energy and bioenergy services. First, by developing vocational training and education for renewable and clean energy, internationally accredited, along with specific entrepreneurship programs for women-owned SMEs, and also by extending the value chain initiatives. Second, by availing incentives, capacity building programs, trade facilitation, and access to credit at low rates. And for that, we have various central bank initiatives supported by various developmental partners, mainly UNIDO, GIZ, and IFC. Nowadays, several successful startups are women-owned, surprisingly, in Upper Egypt, in an urban area, with an increase of the participation of women in energy labor force that reached the last year 40% in 2020. Thank you.
I can't hear you, Sheila. Can you hear Sheila?
I can't hear her.
My apologies. My apologies.
We lost you.
It's
Okay.
I have an opinion. My apologies. It's the challenge of muting and unmuting. I'm sorry about that. I have a follow-up question for you. Thank you very much for that response. I have a follow-up question for you, and this is with regards to best practices. I wonder if you could give us some examples of policies and programs that have been put in place by your ministry or in any other institution that provides, that have proved to address gender disparities at different levels. And maybe if you could also define for us what you identify as metrics of successes of these policies and programs. Over to you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. First of all, the government of Egypt mandated one government body to be the focal institution for effective policy leadership and coordination to promote women inclusion in labor force and national industries, supporting green economy and clean climate, SDGs, and Egypt Vision 2030. This body is the National Council for Women, and it works closely with main governmental entities to ensure and capture the increase of the number of women-owned SMEs, monitor program measures to address the specific needs of women entrepreneurs, such as access to finance, business development support services, and access to export markets and government procurement programs. And for the metrics, especially, we are proud that although the pandemic crisis, 2020 was a very special year for women empowerment, and gender inequalities policies in Egypt, as currently we have 25% of Egyptian ministers are ladies, and one of them is awarded this year the best Arab minister of the year. This year also we have 15.1% women in the new parliament 2021 for the first time, compared to the world average percentage, which is 23.74%. In addition to many other women as deputy ministers, assistant ministers, and we have governor ladies for the first time in Egypt during 2020. Thank you very much.
I think it's very encouraging to hear stories of women's resilience, of them excelling, and of agency even in very difficult times. Thank you very much for your contribution. Mr. Kerry Max, I'll turn over to you. And my question is quite similar, but I would appreciate if you could give your contribution from the perspective of a development partner. What ingredients do you feel are necessary to create an environment that enables the full participation of women and the integration of their views in policies and in decision making? The floor is over to you, Mr. Max. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thanks for the opportunity. Is taking it from the supply side, trying to create the incentives and demonstration effects to show private investors, private companies, other actors. There's a real so perspective. Example, our perspective is trying to support financial incentives to create opportunity for businesses to experiment, to hire women, to do gender lens investing, to improve training internally, and for example, and leader that preferred employees is primarily women. I find women to be an undervalued resource. That's not meaning that they're underpaid by him, but that they're underappreciated in the market, and they're much better at delivering his solar products. So it's really all about integrating incentives into program funds through things like lower interest rates or matching grants, and promoting advocacy and financial incentives to help encourage these actors to identify and include women in policy and decision-making processes. Thanks.
Thank you very much for that. Unfortunately, I hope I'm not the only one, but we managed to get the main gist of your intervention, but we did have some challenges hearing everything that you have that you said.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No problem. Like I said, we managed to get the main flow of what you had said. I do have a follow-up question for that, where if some of our participants didn't hear what you're saying, I'm sure they can we can make up for that. And it's similar to the question that I had before. I'm a great believer in examples and models. And you already gave some, but I would like to know if you could just maybe emphasize a few other examples of either policies that you have in place or programs that have proven to address gender disparities at different levels. You were talking about incentives in private sector, so maybe you would like to give an example from that. And again, monitoring accountability is key. So what matrices do you actually use to define success? Thank you. The floor is over to you, Mr. Max.
Right. Well, let me start with the metrics, and hopefully you can hear better more slowly. Today, this is all about increasing engage as executives, as decision workers, capacities. So, national system these gender gaps, and one common example to the PDF a climate fund with the African Development Bank's incentives for the price lower interest on low agreed upon targets on gender equality. So, for example, in Argentina, on a solar project where the trust fund was used to lend out to private sector companies to develop their solar products, this resulted in gender awareness training for senior management, in internships for female undergraduates in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, which is a very difficult environment for women to get access to employment opportunities in, and improved working conditions for all women. And one unanticipated impact of this is when the IDB was working in Argentina to do this, they came across a law on the books that was actually preventing women from working in the sector. It was an outdated employment law. So they've since worked with the government and other stakeholders to revise this law and further support that enabling environment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Max. Yes, we did. There were still some connectivity issues, but again, we had the great examples that you gave in your concluding remarks. Ms. Kavita Sinha, I'd like to turn to you. Mr. Max talked about incentives from an investment perspective. From the Green Climate Fund. A similar question to you is, what do you feel are necessary to create an environment that would enable the full participation of women and the integration of their views and decision-making, mainly in investments? We're talking about policies and decisions, but really as they relate to investments. Ms. Sinha, the floor is open to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheila, and thank you for the speakers before me. Really frames the question very well from different perspectives. Just for people who may not know what GCF is, the Green Climate Fund is the world's largest fund dedicated to helping developing countries reduce GHG emissions and enhance their ability to respond to climate change. It was a funding mechanism set up by the UNFCCC. You asked the question about, what the importance of addressing the issue of women's participation and decision-making in finance. Before addressing that question, I would like to broaden it and answer why it is important for that. A recent study in 2019 on predictability of long-term success of investments by FCLT Global, which is an independent think tank set up by McKinsey, BlackRock, Dow, and Tata Sons. This was set up just after the global financial crisis to understand the underlying principles of what drives long-term financing success for capital. It's the financing capital for long-term. That's what the P stands for. And they found, surprisingly, in their result, that the long-term success of capital equally depends on the growth metrics, which normally boards focus on, revenue growth and profitability growth. But equally, it depends on gender diversity of the boards. Whereas companies more often than not spend lots of their effort and energy on revenue growth, on margin growth and others, that's much of it is not in their control. What is within their control is improving the gender diversity on their boards. So this is very, very fundamental to climate change and sustainable development. Both of them are long-term investment goals. These are not short-term horizon investments. These are long-term horizon investments. And hence, not just from an equity perspective, not just from a human rights perspective, both of them are very, very important aspects for women's inclusion in decision-making. But even from the financing perspective, it is imperative for long-term success of investments to have greater participation of women at all levels, from the board down to management and recommendation and approval levels. Wherever any resources are being deployed, women's participation is very, very important. So that's a very key ingredient that various levels require women's participation. Some of the principles that drive GCF's investments are about ensuring that women participate equally. They're consulted at the proposal level, as well as they are equal participants in the decision-making of all the proposals that are funded, in the implementation of it, in the monitoring and equal. To adopt these principles. Each proposal requires a gender action plan, and that requires them to devote resources, both human as well as financial resources, to setting their action plan and implementing that action plan, reporting on it in a timely manner. And then we would also conduct independent evaluation of that. So key ingredients generally sort of to extract out of GCF for general principles, I think it is one first is to recognize that this is important from multiple angles, and then put an action in plan, resource that action, and then transparently monitor and report on it. Otherwise, what you don't measure, you can't manage. So we cannot talk about policies in abstract without actually regularly, transparently monitoring, managing the data, collecting the data and managing it.
Thank you very much, Ms. Sinha, and thank you for bringing to the conversation gender action plans, which also from NHG's experience, we have found as a critical tool for actually translating our commitments on gender equality and women's empowerment into the ground. Following up on that, I wonder if you could speak to some real-time results that you have seen in your policies and your programs?
Thank you for that follow-up questions. GCF is a fairly new organization. We have been funding only for 5 years, and some of the climate action GHG emission reduction projects are longer-term projects. It's too early to start reporting on the impact of those. However, for the projects that we already have funded and the ongoing, we are making sure that every program has equal participation of projects led by women, as well as the commitment that the participation of the recipients are also women. We're also making sure that there's empowerment of consumers. Many of the consumers are women, so that their purchasing decisions and others are also taken into account. So those are being put in place. In addition to that, I would also like to comment on the fact that GCF is putting forward its own policy internally to make sure that the GCF's operation itself at various different levels, our hiring practices, our practices of promotions and everything else are also aligned, and that this is very critical because we make decisions on projects to fund. So it's important as well. We are listening very carefully internally as well. Some of the areas in which critical actions have taken place is to make sure that our boards have representation from women equally, both developing country as well as developed country. We also have observers from the Women's Rights Organization. We have one observer on the board. We also have observers from CSO community on the board to ensure that all our decisions are done in a very transparent manner, and that all our reporting is again available. Our gender action plan and all our reporting is again available transparently to everyone. It's accessible on boards, and then people participate on live board meetings. So that ensures the level of transparency that was not normally available earlier.
Thank you very much. I like that you brought in the role of CSOs in terms of the advocacy and also the monitoring and accountability, and you see them as key partners. And also very much like the English say, you practice what you preach. The internal, not just the operational measures you've put in, but also internally the measures and instruments that you have put in to ensure gender diversity and gender equality and inclusiveness. Thank you very much for those for that input. Now, could I also just kindly ask that if we're not speaking, we could put our mics on mute to avoid background noise. Ms. Martha Lucia, with many years of experience working on human resource development in the private sector, you could give us your perspective on how we can boost women's participation in the workforce and create awareness to enhance the visibility of women's leaders. Ms. Lucia, the floor is over to you. Hello? Have we lost Ms. Martha Lucia? I can see that she's still there. Emma, I don't know if you're there. Okay. Can you still hear me? Maybe if you could nod. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Carrie.
We can hear you, Sheila. You can go and ask the question to Jasmine, maybe. Thank you.
Yes, I think I'll just continue with my questions, and when we get Martha back, I will come back to her. Thank you for that. Okay, so my next question will be to Yasmin Haider. Again, I'd like to ask you the question on on key barriers preventing women entering and advancing in the clean energy sector. Based on the very wide and interesting scope of your ministry on climate action, on energy innovation and technology. So if you could give your views on that question from that perspective.
Thank you, Sheila. Thanks for giving me the floor. It is a pleasure to be here with you today. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to be very short on this question, I believe, because we've already tackled some of the barriers anyways, but I did want to address or raise two main barriers, and that is also what recent studies have shown, that the perception of gender roles as well as cultural and social norms seem to still be the most prevalent barrier for women to enter the clean energy sector. And I just wanted to underline that this really does not come as a surprise, I believe, not to me or not to any one of you. Because even thinking back to when I was a young girl, I don't remember any sort of initiative in trying to increase women or girls' interest in technology, which is why I believe that it's key to engage with girls at a very young age and to break through gender stereotypes and awaken their interest in the energy sector, and which is also why Austria organizes once a year a Girls' Day to increase interest in those jobs. Another barrier that I wanted to address was the work environment, because it's often not tailored to women's needs. We sometimes lack remote work or flexible working hours, gender targets. There's no mentorship, perhaps no parental leave or on-site childcare, and those are things that are necessary for women to be able to advance in the energy sector, particularly in addressing traditional gender roles in which women are still responsible for childcare. And I think that it's really time for us to implement those recommendations that have already been made in different studies and found. And while I know that changing social norms is not an easy task and it takes time, but we can all start by implementing things like introducing parental leave or promoting parental leave also for men. And this is something that the Austrian Public Service has been doing. And I know that from a lot of my colleagues, male colleagues who have actually taken parental leave, paternity leave, and this is a development that we very much welcome, and we'd like to see more also in the public sector as well. Yeah, I think I'll stop myself for now.
Much for that intervention, and I like the point that you made that we can employ women in the clean energy sector, but we need to be able to retain and advance them. So it's very important to get that organizational work culture environment, and also mentorship. I like what you mentioned about mentorship. I personally found that incredibly important in my own career development. So of course, a follow-up to you. So you talked about the BEF, but what are the mitigating approaches that that you could speak to actually create this enabling environment? You already spoke to some of them, but if you could just elaborate that in terms of increasing women's participation in clean energy transition and in our clean energy organizations and institutions and decision making. Thank you.
Well, I think this is a very important question and also a very broad one, because I don't think there's like one recipe on how you can actually address those. But I think if I had to choose some sort of ingredients, it would probably be a women's quota, particularly for management and board positions in energy companies, because only then, you know, tendering authorities will actually start looking for suitable female experts. And it is one way to counter-argue that there are not enough skilled women out there. It is within our current government program that we are trying to set an example in the public service in this regard. So I think here's a start. Secondly, also qualification campaigns for women in management and board positions, and offering special preparatory courses that are tailored for women in such positions or who are about to enter these positions would be one of my personal main ingredients. And a third thing that I find very important is solidarity among women. And it's not really about excluding men. That's not what this is about. It's more about supporting one another, from one woman to another woman. And seeing each other less as competitors, but more, you know, sisters, or sort of inspiration, and being able to learn from one another. And I believe that, you know, female energy leaders, they have some sort of responsibility in this regard towards young women who want to access the energy sector, and reach out to those women. And I think it's important for them to make them feel heard and make them feel welcome and supported. As I'm talking from my personal experience in the past, and I have not felt that much support from female energy leaders when I reached out to them during times when I was looking for a job in the energy field. And I believe this is something that we could all change together. That doesn't even need that many policy incentives. It's more like a way of, you know, supporting one another. Because I believe that we cannot afford losing another woman's interest in accessing the energy sector. It's even quite the opposite, that we're in need for more engagement, for more female engagement in the energy sector. And yeah, I'm just wondering, how are we supposed to enable women if we, as fellow colleagues, don't show enough support and solidarity? And I'm very thankful, and I think this is something that our ministry supports as well, is networking networking and mentoring programs, you know, to really connect people with one another, and yeah, to offer these women, these young women particularly, a possibility in these sectors.
I really like the emphasis on solidarity. That's one word that I'm going to take away from the session. And I do recognize, you underscored the point that was made earlier on by our keynote speaker from youth, that there is a responsibility for those of us who have been in the sector for much longer to support and to mentor our women leaders. And I think, if anything, from what we see whether it's in climate change, whether it's the Black Lives Matter, that we are seeing young women leaders really taking the banner and leading things. So kudos to all of you. My next question is for Ms. Honara Sadara. Ms. Sadara, again, we're talking about youth, but actually within your Ministry of Labor and Social Affairs in Afghanistan, you even work with younger children, working on childhood care and education as well. How do you see the interlinkages with a focus on education and childhood care, and the challenges that women entrepreneurs are facing in leading, contributing, and benefiting from clean energy transition?
Sheila, for your question, and thank you very much for giving me this platform, sharing my experiences and also insight. Just for sharing the information, besides I'm General Director of ECC in Afghanistan, I'm also the board member and the spokesperson of Afghanistan Women's Association, or it called Women's Initiatives for Sustainable Energy, or VEF. It's basically a Afghan-based association, and the only association which is working for women economic empowerment through sustainable energy. And beside that, I'm a fellow for Ban Ki-moon Center, which in Vienna, and they introduced me to be part of this program. So thank you very much for providing this platform. Regarding your question, I would say, based on my experience working in a country like Afghanistan, the main challenges of the women entrepreneurs for leading or contributing or benefiting from clear energy transition could be the gender norms, as mentioned by Jasmine Heather, the gender norms, the social and cultural practices, because the main idea is that the perception of women that they are less suited for technical fields as energy, or the fewer women that they are right now in the energy sector, if we're talking from starting from educating in the sector, receiving the training, or having employment opportunities in the sector. Beside that, for entrepreneurs, I would say the fewer women compared to men will choose to go in STEM fields, and that lead them to have less interest when it comes to investing in green energy or sustainable energy. Also convincing financial institutions to provide finance, and also creating the network, and also receiving partnerships for their business is another point. Because through VEF Association, what we have done, I have gathered a group of 30 fresh graduated energy faculty females, and we started doing network sessions and also sharing information, and also preparing some policy papers and some trainings in order to encourage women to start investing in green energy. What we have faced was, first thing, that the lack of financing. And because when it comes to economic empowerment of women, the social economic position of women in societies, especially when it comes to the development societies, they are not in position to have the ownership of the all contribution when it comes to housing and all this stuff. So the first thing that we have faced was the financial problem. And also the second thing was not having access to the networks and to the partnerships for their businesses. Also, as women are financially more independent than men, so there was less likely interest of females to invest in the energy sector, because you know that energy requires big pockets to invest. Beside that, the bank managers or the investors had less confidence to accept the initiatives of women entrepreneurs, the ideas that they had. So these were the challenges, and also it would lead the initial ideas to generally be underfunded. And the same time, the energy market is in Afghanistan, speaking generally, but specifically in Afghanistan, is male-oriented and male-dominated. So that also caused most of the entrepreneurs to struggle finding the network, getting the correct data. So these were the main barriers of women considering economic empowerment in energy sector.
Very much for that. And I like what you emphasize, that we need to actually finance and invest in. And indeed, there are perceptional barriers about the confidence of being able to invest in women. But I think, like we heard from our first intervention from Mr. Kerry Max, that there is a lot of data that has shown that investing in women actually gives good return on investment. Just a follow-up question to you, within the context of Afghanistan and the work that you're doing, how have you raised the awareness and the visibility of women leaders, and also boosted their participation in the clean energy transition in Afghanistan?
Yeah, through the platform that we had, Voice, we have done an analysis, and we have done a research that where are the gaps. So based on those gaps, we started providing inputs. The first thing that we have faced was access to information. So when a female fresh graduate from a university wanted to invest in green energy or wanted to do some partnerships in green energy, they were looking for information, for trainings, for networks. So we started from that point, and we provided them the services to access the information, and also to trainings, networks. And we had also some advocacy session where we introduced them with the female role models, nationally and international ones. Beside that, we had also provided them with the programs where they could, or a financial organization with the interest to invest for their ideas or to buy their ideas. This was another input that we come up with, and luckily we got really great feedbacks from our participants. The third thing was having the advocacy session with the governments, USOs, and also with private sector on mainstreaming gender policies for better women participation in the sector. So what we have done, we had provided our inputs to be emerged under the energy strategy of Afghanistan and the energy policy of Afghanistan, where they could consider the participation of the women. Even we had the proposal of giving quota to women for being in the leadership position at the Ministry of Energy and Water. And also we provided them with the policy inputs related to the projects and programming, starting from the pitching to the end of the program till the monitoring. There should be some specific measures related to mainstreaming gender. And also, we have provided some advice based on the best practices and investor dialogues, and also related to the accessing to the finance or financial resources were also a part of our inputs that we have provided to government entities and also to the private sector. Same time, we had different awareness raising programs with the different organizations. It was CISOs and also private sector plus government, in order to share the benefits that an organization can provide for a woman as a employee. And the services that we more emphasize on was the childcare services, as mentioned by the Jasmine, maternity benefits, women's networking groups, monitoring, development, and more to how they can develop and how they can retain the women employees in their respective organizations.
Thank you very much for that. I'd now like to move to Mr. Ruben James Barretta. Mr. Barretta, I was very interested in your work that focuses on redefining the role men play in acting on gender equality. We've used targeted approaches for women's women's empowerment, but here you're really using a targeted approach that emphasizes the role of women and the role of men on gender equality. I think it's a very interesting approach. So from that perspective, could you share with us your experiences on how we can boost women's participation in the workforce and create awareness to enhance visibility of women leaders? Thank you.
Okay. Hi, good evening from Manila, Philippines. So advancing gender equality and diversity is a difficult work. In fact, there's no silver bullets in terms of doing this advocacy. So we see that men have a critical role to play in leveling the playing field for all talent, but are often an untapped resource in gender diversity initiatives. And we see that men should and be partners in educating other men in moving organizations toward gender equality. So embracing gender balance and diversity is not only a moral imperative for us, but also an incredible business opportunity. So realizing this opportunity calls for a purpose-driven and principled leadership from the top down. So our vision for such leadership extend beyond representation of difference to the need of change, with C-suite leaders dedicated to transforming companies and the norms that define business. We believe that this work starts with the leaders who, by combining personal commitment with smart business tactics, the unique capacity to forge a future of work that is equitable and inclusive, one in which all people will thrive regardless of gender. So an important first step in winning men's support is to increase their awareness that gender bias exists. One way to achieve that goal is to encourage men to think more critically about masculine norms and their impact not only on women, but also on men. This strategy is indicated by the fact that compared to men who merely follow the masculine norms, those who pause and dare to challenge are more aware of the gender bias. The second point that I want to highlight is accountability. Women are often met with various challenges in the workplace, for so often that workplaces are formed or shaped by men and for men. We see that there's a necessity to extract accountability from leaders to question decisions, their processes within their organizations. Gender and diversity play an important framework, and it has a relationship to facilitate business productivity, operational efficiency, and financial resiliency. So the COVID-19 crisis, for example, could also be an opportunity to make use of resources to document that link, especially for companies who are keen to employ workplace gender equality as a core strategy to bring businesses out of the crisis. So we work to bring CEOs together in a platform to brainstorm, plan and test ideas. And this strategy is even more crucial at this time. So just to give a more practical actions and how do we achieve that in terms of gender balance and inclusion. So aside from committing to gender balance and inclusion, we set CEOs and their companies would usually set ambitious and time-bound targets. And then making sure that more than gender representation, it is also equally important to build a system with better controls to measure influence and power rather than just representation, and a greater focus on people over quantity and numbers. Second is that how companies or the private sector would publicly communicate about these targets. So you set and uplift the good work that companies are doing, and also at the same time you commit to public reporting of your gender and diversity data and streamline inclusion processes. And third is that you commit to creating a culture that is values inclusion, diversity, safety, and flexibility. So you set targets and the metrics to create sound policies and programs. Fourth and fifth would be a conscious effort of establishing gender balanced panels in public forums or events. Like for example, in events on gender, it's also critically important that it's not only men who are speaking about on particular matters, but also men and women in general. So and second and lastly would be encourage male leaders to speak up against injustice, bias, harassment, and discrimination with a vision in mind to creating a safe and inclusive, respectful workplaces.
Thank you very much for that. Just in the interest of time, I wanted to find out, because I see we've only got 3 minutes before 15:30. I recognize that we started a little bit late, but I think we might have to go back to plenary. I wanted to just see if Marta Luca was still has joined us. Okay, I believe that she probably is still not there. So I'm going to just go to my last round of questions to all the participants. I'm going to start with so I'm going to go to you, Ruben. So Ruben, just in maybe 1 or 2 words, not even sentences, what would be your key takeaways or recommendations to make sure that you would want me to capture in the outputs of this session? Thank you.
If it's going to be a word, maybe a phrase, to increase and equally engage men also in the conversation when it comes to gender equality as an issue or as a cause in the private sector or even in the energy sector.
Thank you very much for that. Okay. I'm just going to work my way backwards. Ms. Sadar, what are your final phrase, 1 word on key takeaways and recommendations?
I would say that, as I mentioned in my email as well, that to provide a financial environment for the interested females when it comes to the energy sector and to economically empowering women in the sector.
Very much. Ms. Yasmin, the floor is yours.
It's so difficult to just find one phrase. I would say more international solidarity among us women.
Excellent phrase. Thank you very much. Kavita Sinha. Have we lost Kavita? Okay.
Can you hear me, Sheila?
Yes, I can hear you, Kavita. Please go ahead.
I know. This is Martha speaking. Can you hear me?
Oh, sorry, Martha. Sorry, we can hear you now, but we're actually coming to the conclusion of our session.
Okay. I haven't done anything to my computer, and suddenly it's working. And of course, during the trial session, everything was working out. The miracle of technology, right? So do
yes,
I
absolutely.
have a couple of minutes to wrap up on my main takeaways?
If you could just have 1 phrase, I'm sorry, but we're really at the end of the session. We have to go to plenary.
Sure.
But yes, indeed, if you could just have like 1 sentence on what your key takeaways would be.
I'll do a
yeah.
First of all, to make sure that women participate in the workplace, we need to make sure that women get to the workplace. In Italy, in the energy sector, only 20% of women are, overall, the populations of women in the energy sector is less than 20%. So through very targeted recruiting and attractions program, we can make sure that those women that are talented and are ready are able to join the workforce. Then once they get in, we need to make sure that we train and we develop them and we coach them. and we allow them through equal opportunity career planning in the workplace. So those are the main takeaways in terms of making sure that women participate. Of course, making sure that we have also specific policies in place that are, like some of you were saying, in terms of monitoring on a yearly basis with specific targets and KPI to reach. This is very helpful.
Thank you. Yes, Marta, thank you very much for that. Although it was short, it was very poignant and very clear. Thank you very much for your input, and apologies for the technology challenges. Kerry, your one word of phrase.
To Marta's point about getting them into the workplace, provide incentives for the private sector to allow that to happen, to experiment with that, and to see for themselves just how valuable that is. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
If I may add?
Yes, please. Yes, please. Please go ahead.
This is Kavita. My one phrase would be get more women into the boards, because unless decisions are made from right up at top, things won't change. My second piece would be that mentors are good, but women need sponsors. Somebody who would talk them up, represent them, and recommend them for critical roles and positions.
Thank you very much, Kavita. And then I would just like to finalize with Ms. Abil El Said, your last one word or phrase.
Okay.
As key takeaways.
The Abir Sadi.
Oh, sorry, my apologies.
Okay, I would like to conclude with one phrase that we really need a strategy for women, maybe national strategy for women entrepreneurial development to support the transition of women micro-scale and informal operations into larger businesses, especially in the energy sector, well recognized within the formal and informal operations in both within the formal operations in both urban and rural societies.
Thank you very much. So let me just conclude by thanking you all for your excellent and very informative contributions to the discussion. I was very pleased how the different interventions fed off each other, but also added on to what the different speakers were saying. On behalf of the organizers, once again, thank you for your contribution. I will be making a summary in the plenary, and I hope to fully represent what was said here. Although it was a very rich discussion, I'm not sure I'll capture everything, but I'll do my best to capture, to give the main highlights. Looking forward to seeing you in the plenary.
Thank you.
And goodbye. And thank you all for all the participants and observers that have joined the session. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. Thanks for your discipline, for being here with us. I understand that we were starting 5 minutes late, so it's only fair that we also start with the plenary again 5 minutes later than originally foreseen. I was participating in the breakout group on enabling environment for women, and there was really a very intense discussion going on there. So I'm sure that we have lots of things to hear back here in the plenary from our distinguished moderators, because effectively you were not all able to participate in all 4 breakouts. So we want to give each of the moderators around 5 minutes to share with us the main takeaways of the discussion. There is no need for detailed reports, as we will be preparing session summaries and they will be published online. But what we really want from you is to hear what are your main takeaways. And Well, I think I'll start with Israel, and each of the moderators has about 5 minutes to share those. Thanks in advance for being concise, so that we get everybody's input. It seems that Israel is already quite prepared, at least that's your body language. That's what tells me your body language. So I'll give you the floor that you share the main takeaways of Breakout Group 3 on enabling environment for youth. Over to you, Israel.
Thank you, Christine. My name is Israel, everyone, and I was the moderator. I moderated the energy enabling environment for youth, the Breakout Room 3. And, you know, my panelists were insightful. They talked about the barriers that youth face, you know, in entering into the clean energy sector. And some of these barriers they mentioned were, you know, their inability to get access to mentorship, access to adequate information, as well as some policy bottlenecks, as well as, you know, finance, which was a major, which is a major point, you know, inhibiting the participation of youth in the clean energy sector. Now, amidst all those barriers, some opportunities were you know, talked about for youth to explore, right? And Anurag mentioned his work at Seed Stars with CTCN, which, you know, they have this youth climate innovation labs. So he's an example of some of the opportunities that exist that youth can tap into to enter into that sector and advance in the clean energy sector. Also, you know, they talked about collaboration between the government and the private sector. Ji Chen from China mentioned social enterprise. You know, he believes, and I also share that thought as well, that we have to get to a point where, you know, we make impact and then we also make profit. That drives the economy, and, you know, that presents opportunity for youths to be involved in the space. Also, capacity building is a theme. Skills development and internship programs, as well as trust. It has to get to a point where, you know, the youth trust their government, they trust the policies that are being made. So far, of course, they are involved in the policy making process. And now some examples were given of best practices, you know, across various institutions that were represented on my in my breakout room. One which David pointed out, David from REA Nigeria, he mentioned the energizing education program by REA, where, you know, the REA provides mini grid for universities, and, you know, so SE for All, also Tracy from SE for All, you know, she also mentioned so some of the programs that they put in place at SE for All to make sure that youths are involved in their decision-making process. And also, you know, they have some programs which she mentioned one in particular, which she dropped in the chat box for anyone in my breakout room. You can always refer to that. And I think she can also, you know, she can also help us drop it in the plenary chat room. So above all, one key takeaway for me from all that was said was getting involved. The youth have to come to a point where they believe that it is theirs to, it is up to them to change their future. It's up to them to change their environment. It is up to them to change the way energy is used, the way energy is distributed in across the world, and they just have to get involved. See every opportunity you have as an opportunity to network, as an opportunity to you know, fast track clean energy transition. Thank you very much.
A lot, Israel, for being so concise. It seems that you stand ready to change the world and also to make your contribution to the way energy and used. A very fair point. That we all have responsibility in this field. And anyway, it seems our youth leaders are both ready, so I will continue with Rind to please give us the main takeaways from you for breakout group number 1 on the future proof skills.
Hi, thank you so much. This panel has been really exciting. We've had really rich discussions, so I'm very happy to have moderated it. So we were focusing on future-proof skills for young people. there are many barriers that were highlighted, like technical barriers, the multidisciplinary approach, managerial, social, multicultural barriers in working in different countries. But the main barrier that we mentioned several times was mismatch between what the education sector is offering, what the skills training sector is offering, and what the job sector is demanding, what the actual real implementation needs in terms of skills. So there are different types of opportunities, and some of our panelists, like Solar Sisters, like the work that was happening in Rest for Africa, try to design custom-made solution, custom-made skills training, try to bridge this gap together. When we talked about young women and our young women being equipped with the right skills so they can enter the energy transition, the question wasn't actually what is the role of women, why aren't they there, but it was about having equal opportunities. So the younger generation isn't focusing as much about the traditional view that we had, that we need more girls in STEM. They are focusing on the fact that we need people of different horizons, of different cultures, of different experiences that are involved in the energy transition. So the idea is to give faces to these experiences, to have concrete representations and examples of people that are working in the energy transition. On opportunities, one of the main opportunities that was discussed was public-private partnerships. And that way, companies can work and provide inputs about the skills that are needed for youth to be part of the energy transition, and the public sector can provide outputs, and through this collaboration, we would have more effective capacity building. We also mentioned reskilling young people with reskilling of people that were already involved in the previous fossil energy sector. So when we have people that were working in coal factories, for example, in Poland, what organizations like Wind Europe are using is that using the same opportunity to both teach these people that were in the fossil sector to transition to the renewable energy sector, and at the same time giving the same information to the young people who are going to directly enter into this renewable energy sector. So since these trainings are being outdated, new opportunities like this reskilling technique can provide young people with adequate skills that are appropriate for the future. And the final takeaway messages were very inspiring. So the first one is about what kind of skills do we need as young people for the future. We have technical skills like STEM, like coding, like leadership and the financial aspect, managerial aspect. But we also have something very important, which is soft skills. Because without the soft skills, young people will not be able to get their ideas out there, to get those ideas working. And all across the continents, we still have room for more technological innovation because each place has its own context, and the innovations have to be adapted to the place where they will be applied. And finally, our panelists invited young people to make their move, to start doing these plans, to start executing these plans we have. And more generally, they invited everyone to start considering education, start considering skills training as not just a cost, but an investment in the future, an investment in equal opportunities for all youth to develop these vital skills for the future.
Very much, Brent, for your very concise summary of the key takeaways of your session. I think it's very important what you mentioned, not only to focus on the technical, but also on the soft skills. More than ever, and especially I think in these challenging times, there is a need to also focus on these and be very sensitive about what, in addition to the technical stuff, is really needed. Thanks to both you and Israel for so concisely summarizing the two youth breakout groups. I will now turn to Sheila, maybe to summarize breakout group 4 on enabling environment for women. Over to you, Sheila.
Thank you very much, Christine. We had a very insightful and exciting discussion on the enabling environment led by 7 very distinguished speakers. So our first key takeaway for the session was there was overarching agreement amongst the panelists that rapidly increasing the participation of women in policy making and in decision making in the current energy systems and in decision making is key and essential for the clean energy transition and to meeting the goals of climate action and sustainable development. The second key message we had is that we noted that empowering women in clean energy requires a holistic development in policies, in legislation and regulation, but also in operationalizing these into national strategies and investments and financing that promotes gender equality. It was noted that governments and development partners, such as multilateral banks, are encouraged to integrate incentives into program funds and to encourage private sector companies to employ, retain, and advance more women in the clean energy sector, and to mainstream a gender investment lens, gender lens into their investment decisions. The importance of monitoring and using accountability tools such as targets and metrics on gender diversity, equality, and inclusion was also emphasized for transparency and reporting, and that these should focus not only on the numbers, not only on quantitative indicators or KPIs, but also on qualitative KPIs. On the demand side, and particularly in the context of COVID, one of the key messages was enhancing and accelerating the access and ownership by women of renewable energy assets, as well as knowledge and information resources. And this was noticed as being critical to changing social perceptions and gender norms in many of our countries, particularly in rural areas where the energy access gap for women is wider than that for men. There was an emphasis on the solidarity of women, particularly supporting and encouraging the advancement of younger women in the clean energy sector and the need for creating enabling work cultures and environments. It was also noted that gender diversity, equality, and inclusion in the clean energy transition is not just a women's issue. It's also about redefining the role that men play in acting on gender equality in ways that build men leaders to step up besides women and encourage them to adopt high impact actions within their organizations and across the sector. Finally, we concluded that creating an enabling environment for women's empowerment, particularly economic empowerment in the clean energy transition, is central to long-term value creation and sustainability and to the leaving no one behind agenda. I hope I've done justice in summarizing what came out of a very rich discussion, but the recording is also available for all our viewers and participants.
Thank you very much, Sheila, for this very concise summary, but also the very dense summary, which I think reflects the discussion. And also thank you for pointing out that gender diversity is not only a women's issue. We often think it's only the women, but we both need the women and the men to fix it and to get the gender diversity really right. And then last but not least, I will give the floor to Marco from UNIDO, who stepped in as moderator for Breakout Group 2 on future-proof skills for women. Please, Marco. The floor.
Yeah, thanks, Christine. And to continue on where you left, I mean, indeed, the fact that the issue is everyone's issue was one of the key takeaways in our very rich discussion as well. And I mean, our panel discussion had a nice gender balance, and I'm happy to say that the men were as vocal as the women in the discussion, kind of underlying that point again, that we need both men and women to address this issue. And share that. So what we did in our session, we I think as in all sessions, we started looking at the barriers, then looked to the opportunities, and ended with the best practices. So I just quickly go through all of them before I share the key takeaways. So on the barriers, we had some discussion about that, and much of that is, as we all know, linked to social norms and cultural in nature. But I think another one that was good to share with the wider group is that it was also felt that another barrier is the lack of intent within companies, within organizations to actually make it happen. There's still a lot of unconscious biases out there, as we all know as well, that need to be tackled. And of course, there are technical education barriers as well, but at the same time, when we moved into the discussions, people felt that that's not necessarily the biggest barrier. So if we look to the opportunities, I think one interesting contribution here was on the benefits of open leadership, and actually that this really plays to the strengths of women, because it's really felt that women have these strengths that can make open leadership a success in companies. So it's really bringing more females into leadership positions. Actually, plays to their strength. Another observation was made that the importance of role models. We all need role models in our lives, and here as well. It's felt that the role models are there. I mean, we had them in the opening session, among others, but we just need to make sure that we use them more, and we use them more in the communication. And then in terms of the best practices, I think we had a few good examples from the panelists on what they've been doing in their organizations. Just to mention 2 or 3 of them. One was coming from one of the co-organizers of the Vienna Energy Forum, the Atomic Energy Agency, on their fellowship that they have introduced within the Atomic Agency, really giving a great opportunity for female to participate and to join a very technical organization. Another one was coming from Canada, where there's a policy introduced by Canada that basically says that any project that they work on, that they finance with their aid support, needs to have this gender dimension tackled. So again, I think a very good example of how you can make things happen. And a third one that was mentioned, I think this was mentioned across the board, and it's coming back in recommendations. It's important to measure results, because if without measure things, you cannot manage it, as we all know. So in terms of the sorry, someone's trying to get in my room. The recommendations coming from our session, as I said already, it's everyone's issue. Number one. I think a second one was we all need to be clear on the concepts that we use. Measuring is important, so we need metrics, and I saved the best one for last. What I quite liked is one was saying that if you look at the energy sector and the work that we do to try to improve the world, you can argue that we might need to emphasize more that working in the energy sector actually really speaks to making a purpose-driven choice in your career, and we all feel that this is something that will resonate very well with, especially with women. So this is maybe an angle that we collectively don't emphasize enough. So I'll leave it here, and back to you, Christine.
For also summarizing your session. I have the feeling that all these were very rich in content. Luckily, they were all recorded, so you will be able to go back to them and also listen to them individually. I would like, on behalf of the organizers, thank all the speakers and the breakout group moderators for their contributions, for being so concise. for me, it was really impressive to see that you were also disciplined as far as time is concerned. So we are perfectly on time, which is great and which is quite amazing with such a big group of speakers. I think it's a very nice format to have plenary and also these breakouts, which are able to deep dive a bit more in detail. Personally, I very much enjoyed the event and also the combination of youth and women, because I feel that many of the issues, though not all the same, are still interlinked. And everything that was what was said today will actually go flow into a call for action that the organizers are putting together, which will also be presented at the high-level event tomorrow, at the end of tomorrow's high-level event. And the idea is really to call for action on empowering women and youth to accelerate the clean energy transition to leading up to the Vienna Energy Forum beginning of July. With this, I would like to invite you also to join tomorrow's session that will take place tomorrow, 13th of January at 2 p.m. Vienna, Central European Time. It will be a high-level discussion on empowering women and youth to accelerate the clean energy transition. We have lots of confirmed speakers from the Austrian Minister of Climate Action, Environment, Energy, Mobility, Innovation and Technology, Leonore Gewessler, Director General of UNIDO, Li Yong, the Executive Secretary of Economic and Social Commission for Western Asia, the Commissioner for Infrastructure and Energy at the African Union Commission, and many others, Director General of the IAEA, and also Undersecretary of the Italian Ministry for Economic Development. So I'm sure this is going to be another exciting discussion. Stay tuned for it. And thanks again to all your contributions. And then I hope you will be able to join us tomorrow and then also help and step up commitments in this call for action that will be presented there. It was my pleasure to guide you through today's event. I would like to thank the VEF team for very good preparation, and wish you, wherever you are, a nice afternoon, evening, morning, wherever it is. Here in my part of the world, it has just started to snow. So greetings from Winter Wonderland, and all the best to each of you in your endeavors to empower women and youth in order to advance the clean energy transition. Thank you very much.